All right, YouTubers, you should be able to hear me now. Now, just a few other things I have to do to get ready. Give me a moment. I'm hearing Chewy, guys. I'm hearing Chewy as it makes another new low. All right, broker platform loaded. And now, um, 7-year member, love the scanner, preset scanner for 52-week. Probably not a preset one, but if you give me a moment, I've got a few things I have to do, get ready for the open, maybe around 10:15 if you can hang on till then. Okay. Just give me a moment, guys. I just have to get a couple other things up and running, and then I have to get rid of some tasks that really put a load on my computer. Just gotta find the right tab now. Here we are. Now, just so you know, there isn't going to be one for 50, but you can show stocks that are very close to a 52-week high if that's what you're interested in. The position in 1 year. So you can create a top list as an example. Create a top list that'll show you stocks that are right near the high of 1 year, 52-week high. So it's not going to tell you the break of the 52-year high or 52 week high, but it'll show you stocks that are right close to it. How's that? Let me just show you what I'm talking about. Position in, so the position in 1 year range. Okay, the position in 1 year range. So if you added that filter and you did something like, and now with other filters in place, maybe price range, of course, you want a minimum volume and all those other things. But if you put, say, just for argument's sake, in the min, you put 95, in the max, you put 99, that would mean that the stocks are within 1 to 5% of their year high, 52-week high. Okay. And then you can just click on the ones that you see and see whether or not they're interesting for you to trade. You're welcome. All right, guys. Let me see. Am I all set? Only one other thing I've got to do. I'm going to delete some tasks that I don't need that slow my computer down. And I think that is it. Okay, guys. Well, let's get set for this open. I'm going to do a quick check of the indices or the major sectors. Quick check just to see what's happening. I don't, again, I don't, unfortunately, no time again to take a look at the stocks that are been upgraded or downgraded this morning. But let's take a look quickly at what the sectors are doing before they open. We're in for a mildly positive open, but let's take a look at the individual sectors and what you're seeing here. So, wow, 100%. Okay, so XLE is the ETF, major ETF for energy. The stocks that make up XLE are 100% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what that 100% means. Let's see, anything else? Yeah, I mean, obviously, so energy is right now as we speak. Doesn't mean that everything's going to be rosy once we open, but right now, energy is the best sector. YouTubers, I got to make sure you guys can hear me. Yeah, better. I was actually thinking maybe better might have a run today. It had an interesting little run after hours or towards the end of the day, BETR. But I think there's just something wrong with the share structure. When I say wrong, I think there are too many shares out there. So, but look at the move it had. Get up to $1.10. Okay, thank you guys in our YouTube room. Thank you for the sound check. You can try that, Shady. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, unless you've used it before, the 365 new high alert. Um, I found it. I tried it in the past. I've just found it a little bit wonky. Super technical term, but sometimes I prefer the topless reason or the topless version because it alerts you a little ahead of time when it might happen. That's all, and then you can actually start watching those stocks that are interest to you. But up to you. Well, I got ASO guys. ASO is on the move. This is an earnings play. Carvana is still holding around that 50 mark. CVNA holding around the 50 mark. Steve's day to be in our YouTube room today at between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. And so now, is this to believe this? No, it isn't. Okay. You guys are watching our SPY chart and how it had the big bottoming tail. Well, it has a big bottoming tail now. So this is sort of a imbalance or something like that. No, I appreciate that, Shady. Obviously it gives the option. All right, guys, less than a minute to the open. 40 seconds to be exact. So I'm going to get rid of this and get set for this open. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a bit. Okay, we are now open on ICCT, making a new high here. ICCT, the craziness of what it did after hours yesterday, all the way up to $42. Hmm. TO is still looking decent, guys. TIO. I didn't see the China stocks were give me a moment. I didn't see the China stocks were doing anything. There's Tilray. Okay, there's the OKTA, guys. OKTA. We got a lot of stuff happening right off the bat. Ew. Good. Before was watching that. So ICCT halted on the way down. There's the teal guys. Teal was an AI play from us yesterday. Took a long time before it really started to move at the very end of the day, but did it ever? UBS is an earnings play. I think this is an all-time high. Yeah. UBS is an all-time high earnings play. Schlumberger SLB is on the way down, guys. To start. This is all early, of course. Let me say that PSTG had a bunch of upgrades. They're not working yet. Who said that? Amen. Okay, well, they're not taking an effect yet. I see Evercore has raised it to $44, Credit Suisse to $45, TD Cowen. Yeah, a bunch of upgrades. Not helping yet. Not helping at all yet for the PSTG. It's a little bit strange. I mean, not only the not helping, but I mean it's selling off. Not like the market is tanking right off the bat. Western Digital, WDC, guys. WDC, not an earnings play, but I did notice this just as I was sort of rebooting. There's the OKTA, huge, huge gap. Micron on the move here, guys. MU is on the move. Well, Chewy just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. CHWY. And this is, it's not quite an all-time low, but it's an earnings play. Boy, it's just been, look at disastrous 2.5 months for Chewy from 40 down to 24. I think this one yesterday had a FFI. There's OKA, OKTA guys on the move, trying to fill that void. This SN, this was something I had put an alert on the 26th. Yeah, so much for those upgrades for PSTG. Again, I know I mentioned that, but I mean, look underneath here, guys. I mean, 34 this week, the low was $35. So it's right there. If it takes out 35, the next low underneath is 33.80. And that is for the PSTG. Will 35 hold it? I mean, that's, will that be enough to hold it? And that's for the PSTG. Oh man. Again, I don't like to take them this early. Only time I usually take one of these on the 10-day daily breakdown if it's also an all-time low. Chewy was not. But look at this, 2450 was the alert. So if you're a little less conservative than I am, you don't mind taking really early plays. There's the 2450, now 23, got down to 2376 for Chewy so far, but not a collapse, not a complete collapse for ICCT. Well, here's our answer for ESTG so far. 35 did not hold it. Not crazy. It's about 5 or 6 upgrades, different analysts upgrading them, and it does this. And they were putting anywhere from $42 to $45 price targets on it. Of course, then there's UBS raising it from 38 through 38 to from 31, but the other ones were in the 40s. And Palantir on the way down. This is a daily reversal, guys. Had a nice day yesterday, a reversal day today. The next low looking left is 1445 on the daily chart, approximately 1445 on the daily chart. Well, you may be right about the IC. I don't know about to the moon, but oh, brother. Well, you can have my Momo, Mr. Lust, during all my scans, just in case you don't know. Well, if you ask me very nicely, I'll give it to you. Just give me a moment. I'll show you. I'll show you. I'm just kind of kidding. Yeah, there you go. Please, magic word. All right. I mean, guys, this is going to be one of those ones where, you just kind of like pick a number, try to have a stop. Don't take too many shares because it can drop $2 or $3 like that. So just give me a moment. I just have to load my page. Here we go. So the question I had is somebody in our main room liked my momentum scan. So, and look again, look what happened. Right back down to 17. So, okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you scroll down, I'm going to go over all this in about 40 minutes or so. But if you scroll down until you see my scan section, here are the scans that I'm sharing, including the momentum scan. Okay. I'm going to go over this in more detail in about 40 minutes. Now ICCT halted on the way down again. However, uh, the projected open is going to be 18, so it's halted at 18.15, projected open at 18. And as always, I always have to remind people, this is Interactor Brokers, okay? This is time and sales from Interactor Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. How about that? I mean, this is my number one focus, but I got wrapped up in the ICCT. But what a great when I saw this in the pre-market, I thought, wow, I mean, look at this, look at the potential of the void fill for OKTA. Interesting. Nothing in the abnormal option activity yet. Ugh, this is a disaster. This IPO that from yesterday, Inspire Veterinary, Veterinary. There's your NCNC. Okay, so interesting. Noco. They do decarbonization. So no carbon, no carbon. Okay, or something. No, interesting name. Out of Singapore, and this is Noco. I'm sorry. Well, NC started trading as NCNC a couple of days ago, 3 days ago. Aha. So it's a merger, and then they came from the pinks. NCNC was a pink sheet stock also. Goods, or should I say goods? Well, the Messi of AI is not doing as well as the real Messi in Miami. PLTR, Palantir, is getting hit here. Morgan Stanley, ooh, here we go. Morgan Stanley cuts them from underweight from or to underweight from equal weight. So there's a downgrade from Morgan Stanley for Palantir, PLTR. All right, things are settling down. Acer, well, I know Jack just mentioned Acer, ACER, just showing up. Yeah, this was on my list. See if it had any news. Um, these are therapeutic surgeries at Zebra. Okay, so this is really a buyout. So this is a buyout. Eraser, ACER. Ah, on the way up for you though. IVP on the way up for you. You took this one, didn't you, Goods, yesterday? Little specky one. Somebody took it. All right, so I do see that NCNC is also an AI trade or an AI alert. Hasn't moved much. All right, we have no float information. Let's see if I can find some float information for NCNC. 5.7 million in the float. That's what it looks like. Yeah, I mean this could go absolutely crazy. This NCNC. I mean, it's up 54%. That's nothing. So again, this is an AI alert at 227. If you had the AI, our AI, pre-market high got up to 315. After hours, it got up to 329. Now 329, yeah, that would be an all-time high. So the all-time high right now for this stock is 274. I'm going to stick an alert there at the all-time high and see if it takes it out. Yeah, good stuff, Mr. Lust. Okay, guys, I am now okay. So we do have a couple of ones showing up, and they have normal option activity. See if there's anything interesting. Okay, so for the EBS, well, you guys know I probably won't like it. Number one, it's close to five, so I won't take it unless it breaks five. Now, if it breaks five, then the next high is the 522. I not for me, that's just not far enough away. I wish it were more here in the 550 mark. Consequently, not that interesting to me. Okay, so this SQL just resumed. Okay, so got halted at. So this is actually a reverse split. Okay, this is not up 3,600%. This is a reverse split. It's 1 for 40 reverse split, but our provider has not accounted for that yet. Hmm. Well, Palantir now broke down through 15. I'm not in this one, but it broke down through 15. The next low is around 1445. I got insanely lucky with the ICCT. Uncle Tio, not doing it. I'm surprised it trades options, 5,200 contracts, 6.3 or 630% of normal. So again, this is a buyout. I tend not to look at buyouts, but anyway, ACR is a buyout going right into the 200-day moving average. Do not lose sight of the NCNC today, guys. I mean, especially if it can, if it can really start to go and take out that high of when it started trading as NCNC. Now, notice that the position in lifetime range, look at that 8.9%. So when it was a SPAC, it was a lot higher. I don't know. I guess I could look at the news, but I don't know what it was before. So, so Noco and prime number acquisition. So this must have been PNAC. And when it was PNA, when PNAC was trading, it was a lot higher. So that's why when you look, it's a good clue. When you look at this, the position in a lifetime range, you might look, oh, well, wait a minute, it just started trading 2 days ago. Why would the position in a lifetime range be in such a low at the low end of the range, 9%? Well, that's the reason. Because when it was PSAC, it was a lot higher. But don't let that distract you. I'm going to have my alert set here. All right, 2 days ago, and let's see if it breaks out through that. And it's all about the float. And these China or Singapore stocks. I mean, those are the really exciting ones. The U.S. stocks are nowhere near as exciting, usually anyway, as the ones from overseas. ICCT, of course, a notable exception. That was crazy. All right, guys. Zip is on the way down. Look at Zip. Zip, boy, they advertise a lot. Zip recruiters. Zip is on the way down. Not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 8th. And the next low looking left is 1523. If it takes that out, look out below 1383. Now, this was actually the reaction to earnings for Zip. Zip had been in a decline for quite a while. So that day here with that giant green candle, that was the earnings reaction. It had a pretty decent follow through, but now appears to be giving it up. Give me a moment. All right, guys. I am looking at a couple of things here. Again, the Acer, I just doubt it's going to keep going. I mean, it's a buyout, but I've been wrong before. Hey, listen, I hope it goes. I hope it goes for anybody who's in it, obviously. Oops. Yeah, there's the ICCT halting on the way down again. Again, I'm sorry, guys. I just have to keep telling you, this is not up 3,500% SQL. It's a reverse split, 1 for 40 reverse split. And our provider has not adjusted for that. So, Fortinet, FTNT, that's Fortinet, right? FTNT. First thing I see, what's the first thing you see, Sola? Though you know what, I don't want to put you on the spot. First thing I see is the 200-day moving average. Okay. And so it had earnings on the 3rd. Okay. And this was the reaction, horrible reaction, of course. The stock closed the day before at $76. It got down to 56, so a $20 drop. And, it's been kind of bouncing around. Big deal right there. It's the 200-day moving average. Okay. 6204. So that could easily block it. Okay. Does that make sense, Sola? I mean, so that's kind of that's in the way if you're talking about going, long on this one. And then I don't know if PJ is pulling my leg or not, but of course, then if it does break through that, then if you look, oh, do I look right? I'm sorry. Then you look left. Then you look left and, but to me, it's got to get through that 200-day moving average. So what you can do is just put a price alert at around $62 and see if it takes that out. Okay, so the IVP resumed. Yeah, this one was active a couple of days ago. LGVN, LGVN. Now look at this now. Same thing. Look, coming right into the 200-day moving average. Is shortable for me? Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but it is coming right into that 200-day moving average. Let's see if that stalls it. But it's not shortable for me. Not a ton of volume. I mean, it's 40, almost 49 times normal volume, 51 now, 51 times normal volume up to this time of day, up to 10 o'clock. It's only traded 500. So that 578,000 represents 51 times normal, what it normally does up to this time of day. Campbell's Soup, CPV, is that Campbell's Soup? Yeah, Campbell's is earnings play, actually, guys. CPV is an earnings play. Very positive to begin, $44. But it's given most of it up. The low yesterday was 41.86, so it's almost at the low of yesterday. Okay, guys, NCNC on the move here. NCNC on the move. NCNC on the move, guys. You heard in my voice. I mean, this is the one to definitely keep an eye on all day. Almost look what it got to, guys. 274, high right there, 274. Amazing, isn't it? Now it takes out that 274. Because you know what traders are looking for? All they're looking for is some other crazy one. Okay, that's all they're looking for right now. Those who missed the ICC P or T, sorry. So they're looking for another one. And again, it's the ones, the Asian ones. Well, this is Singapore. Seem to be the ones, even though ICCT was not, or yeah, ICCT was not one of those. But in the past, those have been the super active ones. So really, keep an eye on this. I mean, if it takes out that high there with any enthusiasm, look at the volume, 24 million. There's the float. Interesting. We now have the float information. How interesting is that? Okay, so NCNC's had a little pullback now. Yeah, give me a moment. My headline news in Interactive Brokers is not updating the way it's supposed to, so just give me a moment. Okay, what I wanted to do, I wanted to see is there actually any news on this one. Probably not, but I just want to do a little check. No, there's no news on it that I can see. Okay, other than the fact that it's a new release. I couldn't see what the Acer buyout price was. I don't know if it's a combination. If you have any sort of a news feed, but I'll check to see if Interactive Brokers has. Okay. So there you go. So it's a combination of Zevra stock. So it's stock and cash. So that's why it can be a little bit. Let's see what Zevra is doing. I don't know them at all. So let's take a look at Zevra. So these are the guys. So you can see that. I mean, the stock price is wow, not in a lot of volume either. It's really interesting. Not a lot of volume, and they're buying out Acer. Ugly, ugly looking daily chart, weekly chart. All right, so in CNC, and don't lose sight of it. Just put a price alert. I think 280. Okay, put a price alert around 280 and see if it takes that out, which will be it won't be an all-time high. It'll be an all-time high as NCNC, and let's see if it has a run later on. Hmm. EDR is showing up on my on the option scanner, but look what the next left is. This is remember now anything in brown, potential short, anything in light blue, potential long, and but the next low is 2383. I mean, it's not that far away. So consequently, it's a no go for me. Yeah, I mean, there's Canop, but again, you look left, and to me, there's just too much areas of potential resistance for it to keep moving higher. So I don't take the trade. Wow, this is zip. I mean, where are we here? 1530 is that low right there for zip. Okay, on the daily chart, it takes out 1530. I mean, 1379 is the next low looking left. This is really now that that 1530 may hold it though. Where's the VWAP? VWAP is 1587. This ASO is an earnings play, and the next high looking left is 5790. So it's getting very close to that whole number of 58. So the market, let's take a look at the market. So Nas is up, Dow's up, SPY's up. So everything is up. Not huge, but everything is up. All right, daily reversal, EGY. This has got some room. I mean, the 200-day is 442. That's far enough away from 413. So this has got some room to go, guys. EGY, daily reversal, and right here, EGY. The alert was at 412, and it gets alerted when it gets to yesterday's high. Now, what you want is for the market to be on your side a little bit here, okay? It doesn't have to be going, don't have to have 10 green candles in a row up, but you don't want to see some bright red bars if you're going to try to play a daily reversal, in my opinion. There's a reason why it was down yesterday. So if the market all of a sudden starts to move down, I mean, those reasons are still in effect. Yes, it's having a bounce today, but and this was the reason was yesterday. Uh, Valco Energy. So it must have dealings in Gabon. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. I'm disappointed in the NCNC. Well, just keep an eye. Just put your price alert at the high up here, and who knows? Later on in the day, maybe it comes back. Yeah, Cal is in Caleris. Is that Caleris? CAL? That's an earnings play. Yes. Wow. Didn't see it in the pre-market. The reason being, it really didn't trade much. It hasn't really traded that much now either. Only 223,000 shares. That's 11 times normal, but it's only 222,000 shares. Spread is not great, 28.64, 28.93, but getting close to a 2-year high. Big move. Big move. With that volume, that's a big move. What's the float like? No, wait a minute. What is the float? So the float is 34 million, so it's not high, not low, but certainly not high. By the way, dare I ask, how is my sound? Are we completely back to normal, or do we still have some garbling? Oh, good. Well, guys, ASO on the move here. ASO on the move. The next high looking left is 58.85, so about $1 away from the next high. ASO, it's an earnings play. VNet. Let's take a look at VNet. VNET. All right, this has got some room. I don't know. It's close to four. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 420. It does have some room. It's a China stock. Huge float, 129 million in the float. Now I discounted EBS, thinking that it was going to have right here. So there's your key area right now for EBS. Look at the cannabis plays today. Yeah, so they're still in play, obviously. MSOS, ETF for cannabis through the 200-day moving average. So you can see that Tilray did not take out yesterday's high, whereas the ETF did. MSOS did take out yesterday's high. Tilray is not taking out yesterday's high. Well, I mean, if you want to play the sector, MSOS, a lot of volume. I used to look at MJ all the time. Let's take a look at MJ. Well, look at the EBS. I was certainly, I don't like they use the term wrong, but I was wrong. I mean, I just thought there'd be a lot more resistance around 520, but there was the alert, 504 EBS, 528 now. I just thought there'd be more resistance right around the 520 level, but not even close. No, guys, I mean, if this EDR takes out 2364, then the next low looking left is 2328. So that could get me interested. If I can take out this 2363 or EDR, thoughts on NIO. Look at what I don't think China was really alive today. First of all, let me just take a look at KWeb, okay? Always like to take a look at KWeb if I'm going to look at a big China stock. So yeah, so KWeb is really doing nothing. China ETF. So KWeb's really doing nothing, and NIO is really doing nothing. Okay, NIO is doing nothing. So had earnings on the 29th. So that's over. That's over and done with. So to me, unless NIO has specific news, it's just going to trade along with what the rest of the major China stocks are going to do. China ADRs fall as factory activity contract for the fifth straight month. So anyway, I mean there's really nothing to me. There's nothing to see. I mean, look at this 15-minute chart. It is ugly, ugly, ugly. It would have for me. It would have to get over 11 something. Break out of all this. But I mean, look, it's been in a steady decline. Clover, yeah, Clover. It's a small one. I knew about it. I know it's Cleaver, but I always called it Clover. Okay, guys, this EDR, look at Pi, guys. Now, Pi, 64.58, 64.58. So there's your next high. It's a little too close, but Pi, I've seen Pi for a long time. Well, very nicely done on the Acer, guys. I know Dak took it and others took it. Very nicely done. I usually shy away from buyouts, but low float, 18 million in the float. Not seeing too much that I really like right now. I mean, I like the EDR in the short, but to me anyway, there just could be too much support not that far away. Hewlett Packard HPQ. This is a reversal, a daily reversal, but actually had a pretty decent day yesterday. all things considered. I mean, it got hammered down on earnings, but it had a big recovery. It got down to 27.83 and closed up here at 29.23, almost near the high of the day. Today, it's taken that out a bit. However, yeah, that 200-day moving average looms on top of it, and that's the HPQ. So I can't get too excited about that either, unless it gets close and then it falls back down from it. So what I'll do is I'll stick a price alert around 29.76 for HPQ, see if it gets close to the 200-day moving average, and see what it does there. Because this is still a bad day for it yesterday, even though it did recover quite a bit from the low of the day. That's HPQ. Ah, shoot, I haven't been watching Dollar General DG. Yeah, it would have been a tough trader. I mean, there was the big move in the pre-market, but boy, talk about choppy up and down. But as William is saying, 131.58 is the VWAP, so it's within 50 cents of it. Sorry, 70 cents of it. Yeah, just can't get too excited about this one either. LGVN. I mean, coming into looks like a lot of resistance on the daily chart. Look where it got to today. High was 356. The high right there is 354. So UPLD. Okay, Otto, I see you're long. Yeah, nice move. Probably, yeah. There's the EDR. Hmm. Yeah, so this is being alerted quite a bit earlier. I almost should have a don't repeat version of this also, so I can see where the first alert was. Might have been at 359. So if it was at 359, it hasn't really moved much. UPLD. Yeah, it's a low float, pretty low float. 27 million in the float, 27.8 million in the float. Any news on this one? Don't see any news. All right, guys, I have taken a little short on the EDR. Okay. When I say a little short, I have reduced my risk on this. Did okay at my first trade, so on ICCT got very, very lucky. Actually, and that's coming back. But the EDR, though, again, because it's got a little bit of room down to 23.27. And the low right there is 23.66, so it's kind of right there. It did, when it broke down through it, that's when I decided to take some, but it's now starting to reverse on me, so I may just give it another, I don't know, a couple of minutes. I'm in at 23.60 on the short, so Give me a moment, please. Now, this ICTT, I mean, it's not dead, that's for sure, but it's have to find an entry. Hmm. CRNX, it's got a little bit low volume, sorry, low volume, too low. All right, guys, it's 10:32. I've got this little short of EDR, which I'm just trying to pay attention to. Not really doing much. So I'm going to go over what you'll find on my homepage. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Not this yet. You'll be at the top here. So we have a promo on right now, and Labor Day promo. So there is the promo code to use. Okay, you'll get 25% off the first month only for the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay, so there's the promo code for 25% off. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. That's the very first thing you must do. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay, first thing you'll have to do if you are new to trading, Trading 101 could be for you. This is a series of videos that Michael Noss and Trade Ideas put this together. So if you're new to trading or maybe looking for a refresher, I think this is an excellent resource and it is free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. It is free, of course. Trade of the week. Now, yes, over 50 now, 51 now. So the trade of the week is just give me a moment, guys. I'm going to get out of well, maybe not. I'm looking to get out of the EDR. Trade of the week is sent to you. It's free. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week. Let's just take a look at it and see how good it was. And again, Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room. Take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me. And today is Thursday, so that is Steve's day. And he is the originator of the trades of the week. Now, the last two trades of the week did not trigger. And what do I mean by that? When you get the trade, when you sign up for it, you'll get an email and it'll have a suggested entry price and an exit. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is going to be up to you. The last two weeks, they just didn't trigger. So they weren't bad, they just didn't trigger. CVMA triggered at 41 something. Okay. So this has been an awesome trade of the week. There's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, straight up. Okay. Need a separate mic. What does that mean, Jack, in our YouTube room? So that's the trade of the week. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Might be going in there. Big education section is here. We have a great user guide. There's the getting started again. More in detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You want to find out about stock racing over here. And I would also really take a look at price alerts. It's very simple to do. I think it's underutilized. I think though if you're not using price alerts, I mean, how else are you going to know if something, if it gets to a price you want, so you just set a price alert, then you forget about it when the price alert hits, and I'll show you how that happens. You click on the alert, then you see, I said, trading's still the same way I want. Take it. So price alerts, I think, are very important also. There's the getting started section again, and here's the daily support. This is what I was talking about. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, and one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And then, I'm sorry, today is Thursday, so today's Steve's day, as I said. So before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link into the main room so you can go over and listen to Steve. Okay. And last, you want my scans. If you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market happens up and down. That's kind of sets the tone, perhaps, for the stocks to follow for the whole day. Here is a pulse resumes. Been a very active. I don't call it a scanner so much as it's just more news, but it tells you when it's not halted and then when it resumes. This is my momentum scanner. The Momo is right here, and here is the abnormal option activity is right here. I have some other scans that I'm sharing that you cannot see that are on my other monitor. Ooh, the EDR. Take a look at it again. And there's the daily reversals that you can refer to every now and then. So I do have a lot of scans that I am sharing. And the idea is just pick and choose maybe which ones you want to take a look at. So for instance, if you took my momentum scan, you just right click on configure, and then click on summary. This is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. Now, there are a lot of screeners out there in the tech world, okay? We are a real-time alert machine. So this is, well, of course, we have screening capabilities. This is the screener. This is the screening within this alert window that I created, real-time alert window that I created. So if the price is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3 million, it's trading at least 3 times normal up at this time of day, 100,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. All of these values are met. All these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day. We get a real-time alert. So the last time any stock met any of these filter requirements and made a new high for the day was UPLD. The time was 10:27, and the price was 373. So since then, what are we now? 10:39. So over the last 12 minutes, there have been no stocks meeting these filter requirements and making a new high for the day. Okay. Now, if you like this scan as is, of course you can have it, but maybe you want to make a change. Maybe don't like the price range. So, for instance, if you want it between 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 100, you just make the change. Say, okay, I'm not going to because I don't want to make that change. But so the concept, all I'm really trying to show you, and this is not a crash course on how to use trade ideas. There's a little bit of work you have to do, learning about what alert windows are all about. But if you like it exactly the way as I've created it, because this is what I like to see, great. But you can, of course, make some adjustments if you want to. Maybe you want a higher minimum volume. Maybe once you start using trade ideas and get used to some of the other filters that we have, because if you do want to create your own scans, of course you can. And right click instead of click on summary, I'm going to click on search. And these are all of the real-time alerts that we have right at the very top. Of course, the two most popular, the new high of the day and new low of the day. But we have a lot of different We have new 5 minute highs, new 10 minute highs, 5 minute lows, 5 minute, 10 minute lows, etc. And when I scroll down, you get these are the filter icons. Now, do not get hung up on how many we have of real-time alerts and filters. The reason we have so many is that when the company started 20 years ago, plus 20 years ago, they figured that most people will not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously they had to create enough different filters and real-time alerts so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? Now, if and when you decide you want to take out a subscription, all I ask is this. If you save my homepage link and then you click on it and then go into my homepage and then whatever promo code, I mean, obviously right now is a good one, 25%. You know, 2 months from now, if you decide you want to do it, the promo may not be 25%. It may be back to the 15. But the bottom line is this. This is a free room. We want to keep it that way, all right? The way we do it is when you take out a subscription using my link, the room gets credit. What I mean by that is that, of course, there's a cost to run the room. So the company wants to make sure that, okay, the cost is being covered. And the way it gets covered is by taking out a subscription using my promo code. Okay, so that's all I ask. All right. Wait a moment. And of course, if you do save my homepage link, you can then take a look at my scans and you change them up from time to time and that education section anytime you want. Yeah, I'm looking at Vasco here. Victoria's Secret. This is actually a bounce. Wow, it actually went positive. This was quite negative. That's a big bounce. It was quite negative this morning, down to 16 something, and now it is a tremendous bounce. So I don't, Jack. So again, I don't understand what you meant. You put a comment in our YouTube room. Need a separate mic. I don't understand what that comment meant. Now, if you doesn't matter. Now, understand that we are a scanner, okay? And again, as I mentioned, there are a lot of screeners out there, but we are a real-time alert machine. We scan, we screen, but then the scan picks up the real-time alerts. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. So the main benefit of the premium plan is the AI, okay? And this is what it looks like. But I mean, early on, this is what it looks like. You basically load this window, and then every day you wait for it to start populating. The earliest alert you'll ever get would be 9:40. You can see we have one at 9:41, 9:42. How you trade them will be up to you. NCNC was pretty good. I mean, it doesn't look good now, but at one point it got up to what from 227, it got up to 277 before it really, really pulled back. But this is the normal reason why people want to have our premium service to have access to the or AI and it all. Again, this is I use this like a watch list. Sometimes, for instance, right now, the NCNC. I look at it, I might say, if well, it's not the VWAP, but maybe there was a big moving average that it was getting into, at 211. So maybe I would look at this and say, okay, maybe I can play this now as a bounce from here. So I would use this as a watch list all day long. The other main difference, I suppose, and only if you are into trying to create your own strategy, and then back testing it to see how well it would work. Whoa, look at the ICCT, guys. This this is not over. So I see. So in order to backtest a strategy, so for instance, if I wanted to backtest this momentum strategy or this momentum scanner, and if I said, okay, if I took every single trade and met all the filter requirements over the last, say, 90 days, what would have happened? You know, what would my equity curve have looked like if I had taken every single trade? And so some people like to create a scan, but then backtest it just to see how it did. And then, of course, the idea is that, I mean, there's no guarantee that it will do the same in the future, but that's in essence what our AI tries to do. But of course, the AI being a runs through well, permutations and combinations like you wouldn't believe, and comes up with a strategy that make the cut for the next day. So it'd be like it'd be like trying to take this strategy, running it through the back tester, and then going through what we call an optimization procedure. I don't get into back testing. I don't demo it because it's an advanced topic. But for instance, if you did back test this and the equity curve wasn't terrible, in other words, you weren't losing money every trade you took, or if you took every trade, then you can start to fine tune it. You might be able to say, well, you know what? Really, the best time to do this would have been between say 9:30 and 11. Okay, and also maybe the best price range would have been this price range, and you can start to optimize like that. But I don't because I don't care about. I mean, if I backtested this, I'm sure it would be terrible. But I don't care. I want to see the alerts, and I click on them, and then I make up my mind. But some people, very few of our customers do the backtesting. But those are probably the two biggest differences. I mean, there is another difference. If you want more charts, I mean, standard service, you can have 10 charts, and our premium service, you can have 20 charts if that's important. With our standard service, you can practice trading. So, super emphasis on that, okay? Before you commit money to the market, you should practice, 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 okay? And we have a simulator. This is this window that we call B plus. Now, unfortunately, it's only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version of our product, it is not available. But it uses our real-time data. So if you shoot, you miserable, I got out of this. Oh well. Um, it uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker to practice trading. And I say it like that because you may be starting out and you're still undecided about who your broker's going to be. This window that we call B plus, Brokers Plus. If you click on New Brokers Plus, this is the window that will load. You can actually use it to trade. Okay, I'm just going to say you can actually use it to trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account and an E-Trade account. Now, I'm understanding there's some problems with E-Trade, so certainly I don't think there are any problems with IB. It's not mandatory that you do it. And again, when people listening to me, I think some get the wrong idea that when I say you use this to trade from within Trade Ideas, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, now you'd be sitting there thinking, well, I don't have either of those two, so does that mean I can't use Trade Ideas? No, it just means you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Yeah, I don't think Steve does a lot of backtesting, Shaw. I don't think he's got backtesting takes a lot of time, and you can backtest something, and it might look good, and then 2 or 3 days later, it's not looking as good, and so then you've got to go in and go through this optimization procedure. That takes a lot of time. I don't see Steve doing a lot of backtesting. I may be wrong. I'm not saying he doesn't do any, but I don't think he does a lot of backtesting. So I put a link called Brokers Plus, and there were two videos. There's a short. There are two video links. There's a short one shows you if you have an IB account or an E-Trade account how you can use it to trade, and the longer video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this, either by using it in the simulator or linked to an IB or E-Trade account. Well, you know what? When I became a subscriber in 2010 to Trade Ideas, I mean, I was wildly excited about backtesting. I couldn't wait to start. And I quickly saw, though, that, I mean, the things that I thought that could work, I mean, that's actually one of the good aspects of backtesting. You might think you've got a strategy of some sort that should work. And then you backtest it and you say, man, that would not have worked. You see, you get an equity curve that, just looks like this in a straight down. And even by tweaking it, trying to figure out maybe a price range or a minimum volume or time of day, you still cannot make it work. And you don't want to curve fit it so much so that, oh yeah, 10 trades worked over the last 30 days or 90 days. You have to have a bigger sample size. Anyway, I just don't, it takes too long. So let's take a trade, guys. Let's take a trade in the simulator and show you how you do it. So first of all, you would click on New and then Brokers Plus, okay, and this window should show up. You could have different headers than I do. We have a lot of different columns that you can pick from, column headers that you can pick from. So you click on Sim. Now, if it doesn't turn to Simulator right away, it's probably the version that you're on, what trade it is that you're on. All you do is click on, like it might say account. So you click on it, and then it should say simulated trading default, and you click on that. Now you're in the simulator. Okay. And now, when you click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You can pick the quantity from this table or your own share size. Here's your bid ask. So if I want to go long, I click buy. If I want to go short, I click sell and then send. So let's do a wild one with the ICCT. Okay, that could be fun, just for fun. I'm not going to talk. Well, I'll put a huge stop on it. I don't have ICCT in a scan right now, so that's why I'm going to have to type the symbol in. Otherwise, I would just. All right, let's take. I mean, we'll take 100 shares. Let's just do it. Okay, we'll just take 100 shares. Whoops. Okay, and I mean the spread is not great, but this. I'm just showing you how you do it. So I'm going to. I don't know if I should do this now. Ah, just do it. Click the buy button and then send. Okay, in it now. Of course, obviously that is incorrect. There we go. Had to get adjusted. So it was taken at 1867. There's the price, 1839. Okay, well you can see it's just moving around. We'll see how it works. Now, if I want to get out of the trade right now, I had a series of trades here. I would just highlight the trade and then I could flatten it. Okay. Now, CN is actually an AI alert here, guys. CIEN. is an AI alert. 48.95. It's at 49.46 now. It is an earnings play. Yes, it's an earnings play. And the next high looking left, so it's got a little bit of room, not a lot. In fact, it's getting right into that area. 49.56. If that stalls it, if that doesn't stall it, then it's got some room to 50.77. Such a well, if it takes this out right there. I mean, 49.56, it's almost there. If it takes that out, then it's got a shot to the 50.82 level from the weekly chart. Hmm. Oh, got it. I got out of that EDR. Yeah, I was short that at 23.60 and it popped up a little bit on me. I was in the middle of my spiel and I thought, well, I better get out of it. So I took a little loss on it, but now it's starting to do kind of what I was hoping it would do. And the next low down here is 23.18. Yeah, I mean, I do see GME actually, the volume's increasing too. GME. Some of these lemurs are starting to come back a little bit. I don't know if there's any specific reason on it, or just the lemurs are getting involved again. Next high looking left for GME is 1934. 1934. A lot of volume coming in. ECG, haven't seen that one for a long time. That's that the California company. Wow, thoughts? No good. Like for what? Yeah, like for what? There's nothing. I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average now. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is down here around 15.16. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying unless you're trying to short it or something, but it's getting into maybe a support area at 16. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. So what you're seeing here, okay, now obviously if I wanted to get out of this right now, the ICCT, I would just flatten it, okay? What this is telling me that while I was in the, if at one point, not that would have been a big deal, at one point I was up $23, okay? And in 1867, and it must have got up to 1890. So I was up $23 and now I'm down 100. Okay. That's what this is telling me. This is in the simulator. But I'm going to keep it in there. I'll keep it in there just for fun, just as, see what might happen and what's crazy later. So guys, I'm just going to show you the this market scope 360 dashboard. Okay. This is our from our new website. So this is our new website. Give me a moment. So this will get you right to the market scope, but I just want to show you, this is what our new website looks like. Still waiting for the, in fact, maybe I've got to get you guys to do it again. Still waiting for a better place for the trading room, guys, rather than having to find it down here. Okay, so if you feel so inclined, we had a nice little bunch of emails that came in to support, but maybe we have to do it again. So again, if you feel so inclined, just drop them a line and say, hey, why don't you make the trading room like it used to be? You know, a tab that's way more visible, even if they put it in the market scope, because that's where people are going to go. Even if they put it in a list here, okay. People who are in the room, they don't care because you knew to do this. I'm just talking about, how are new people going to find the room? So when you click, this is what you're going to see, and then just click on market scope. And except for this, unfortunately, we've got this still problem. So I'm going to change it to the open. Okay. The SQL shows up as up 3,000%. Our provider still does not have that done. But you can see this is a heat map now, the change from the open, and you can see the stocks that are up the most. 18, like here in this column, the columns. So MSOX, what's the MSOX? This looks almost like a, yeah, I thought so. Was it some kind of an ETF? Not bad. We had a great couple of days. So this is really designed though for people who don't want to spend a lot of time, number one, creating their own scans. Um, don't have a lot of, they don't want to sit in front of a computer 7 hours a day, 6, 7 hours a day, and like we do, the active traders who are in the room do. I mean, if you're an active trader, this is what you want, because you can create your own scans. You can take mine, but you can also create your own scans. This is, there's no creativity here. We will feed you this information, and then you click on an alert. This is biggest gainers, biggest losers. It's a crawl. You'll get a chart. You can change the time frame if you want, but this is showing you the active stocks. This is a heat map showing you the active stocks change from the open. As an example, we have I expand this. These are the races down here. Okay, not that one. LGHL. Here's Angie. I wonder why the biggest gainers doesn't show up. But you have other options, stock info. You want to find information about a stock. You type, there's Apple as an example, okay? Stock races, but it's all pre-configured for you, okay? And again, this is more for the person who doesn't have the time or the inclination, to sit and create either their own scans or to sit in front of a computer all day long, okay? The NCNC is starting to come back a little bit, guys. We have top lists where you drag a list. That's the biggest gainers. This is the biggest losers. You just and a race. Not sorry, this is not a race. So I think it's pretty cool. I mean, here's alerts. So drag it in here and drop it. There we go. So this is again, there's no customization, but if you don't want to create your own scans, so there's a running WR. Warby just made a new high, WRBY. But if you're looking for lows, so now so it should be a combination of the highs and lows in this. Yeah, there we go. So again, this is just it's for the more the casual user who doesn't have the time nor again the inclination to create their own scans. What will happen is if you're a subscriber right now, um, when you if you like I'm in live data right now, okay, but if you're a subscriber, what it'll say is something like 15-minute time delay, and then right beside it, it'll be you can click on it to get live data if you are a subscriber. If you're not a subscriber, it'll say the 15-minute time delay, and then it'll say in order to get live data, take out a subscription, something like that. Now the downside is that you can if you have this up and running, you can't have this up and running also. I just happen to have two accounts, so that's why I can have it up and running. But it's sort of an either or right now if you have a subscription. Okay. Is there a way to clear the simulated logs? Don't know what you mean exactly. You cannot. You mean if you don't want to see them here anymore, like a trade that I should remember this. I always forget how to do it. Zero the positions. Don't know what you mean exactly, Krogan. Yeah. So if your question really is, can in the simulator, we give you $100,000 to start, and you can't make a bunch of bad trades. I mean, I'm just going to talk in general. You can't make a bunch of bad trades in the simulator and think, you know what? Let me zero that out so I can have another 100,000. You can't do that. Okay. You can get rid of all the trades, and if you don't carry this, you can use this to swing trade, also to practice swing trading. You don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it carries forward the next day. But if you get out of the trade sometime during the day, then tomorrow, and you get rid of all your trades, then tomorrow you'll have $100,000 again. Yeah, you can't clear it and start over, just like you couldn't do it in real life, right? Well, that EDR would have been an awesome little trade had I just hung on to it. And maybe Steve knows better than I do, Krogan. If you hang around for another 45 minutes, I'm not sure what you can do. You just have to live with it, and then tomorrow's a new day. Yeah, I don't understand how that happened, Krogan. The only way you could have auto inputted is if you had a straight, if you had, first of all, we don't think you should be auto trading at all, number one, okay? The only way that could have auto traded for you is if you had selected some strategies and said auto trade them, okay? I mean, it's impossible for just to do it, in my opinion, anyway, just to do it without you having some like some strategies here and turn them on to auto trade them. Well, it seems then you should send a login then. If you don't have strategies, are you talking about AI or just strategies in the strategies tab? See how they're all, well, I have two on, but they're only applied to the buy button. And I'm not auto trading them either. They're not auto trading. And you should send your files in, okay, so they can take a look at why. If you say you've got nothing in auto trade mode, okay, nothing in auto trade mode, why when you open Brokers Plus, it just automatically traded for you? There's got to be a reason. Has to be a reason, and they usually can check if they see the log. Okay, so all you do is, if you've done this before, go to the help and send files to support. I can't, yeah, Krogan, I just can't help you. I mean, it has to be something somewhere that it looked at TIO or whatever, what strategy did TIO come from, and then it had to have somehow looked at it and said it wanted to auto trade it, and the only way they can tell is by looking at your log. Okay, I can't help you. I have no explanation why. I mean, that would be like I have Brokers Plus open and I get an alert in UPLD and it just trades it. I mean, that would be insane, wouldn't it? Boy, did anybody stick it out with the EDR? This has turned out to be a tremendous one. I mean, on a percentage basis, not bad. All right, guys, 11:20 in about 40 minutes. Steve will take over for me. So here is a lot of your marijuana plays going, cannabis plays, GRWG, Tilray. Yeah, Krogan, I mean, it doesn't make any sense because the only way anything gets auto traded if the strategy is turned on. If you have a bunch of strategies and it's turned on, and in one of the strategies, TIO happened to be, you know, Like if I had this abnormal auction activity and I put it in here and I turned it on, it would auto trade every single alert. I just disable it because I don't auto trade. Anyway, you'd have to send your login. I really can't help you. No idea why that would happen. If you're telling me that the strategy is not turned on. This is torturing me now, EDR. It's absolutely torturing me. Crazy. Well, if you took this one when I did, and now your next area, I mean, it might be coming into a bounce area. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average. That might end it. So this was the news from yesterday, guys. This is why the cannabis plays are moving higher. Cannabis stocks are moving higher, moving marijuana to a lower risk drug category. That was the news yesterday, and this is basically continuing today. Give me a moment. Okay, well, listen, HPQ is having a nice little run here, guys. Mentioned this one earlier. Now, the issue again is the 200-day moving average, 229.78. Getting right into it. This is a daily reversal. Okay, this is a daily reversal. It was at 29.59. It's at 29.70 now, but that 200-day is, I think, canned. No, for some reason, I thought it was a cannabis play for some reason. Okay, this one just showed, excuse me. You know what? I didn't even know this. I did not know this. This may have got me a lot more interested. I didn't know that this was a, son of a gun. I didn't know it was a, on here also. The EDR was an option on the option scanner. I missed that. So again, guys, I should always have an explanation about what you're seeing here with the abnormal option activity scanner. So what it's doing is, it's well, as it's named, is looking for stocks having abnormal option activity. I don't trade options, but there's another way for me to find stocks that are trading abnormally by looking at how their options are trading. Okay. So in conjunction with the relative volume and abnormal option activity, that really helps me find stocks that are trading abnormally, which of course is what I want as an intraday trader. I don't want to trade something that is not doing anything, obviously. So it's another way for me to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, some say who trade options, if you're trading intraday options, this can help you because if you're going to trade if you're going to trade options intraday, I'm assuming you want to find the ones that are most active, and this is going to help you. Now, my minimum, you can see right here, UGI is UGI, 1,340 contracts total, and it's 187% of normal, 1.8 times normal. Okay. In this, in my filters, it has to be at least 500 contracts and at least 150% of normal before we'll see it. And what does normal mean? Well, if something is traded 5,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days, and I use say the a filter of 300%, a ratio of three, for me to see that stock today, it will have to be trading 15,000 contracts. Okay, so it looks at what it did on average over the last 10 days. And then if it's doing more than that, minimum of 150%, it could get into this scanner. Other filters have to happen or have to be met also, but that's the gist of it. This is another cannabis play, VFF. Yeah, another cannabis play, guys. Real cheap one, VFF, through the 200-day moving average now. Canadian stock out of right near where I live in Delta. So before we get too crazy about this, I mean, this is the ETF or MSOF for the cannabis industry or sector, and so ever since this started trading as MSOS, it's just been sinking. Now, obviously, the last 2 days we've got a bit of a run here. All right, guys, moment of truth now for HPQ sitting right at the 200-day moving average. Am I using the new IB desktop app? I didn't know there was a new IB desktop app. I'm using the same version of IB that I've had for 8 years now, so I don't know. I guess so. I'm not even sure what that means. The new IB desktop app. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, it's available in Canada. Unless you can tell me it's also available in Canada, where I am. Well, I haven't because I'm not sure it's available in Canada. I don't even know how I would do it. I guess if Pepe were here, he would tell me to go to File, um, change version, maybe to beta or latest. I'm on stable right now. There is a beta, and there's actually something called I don't know if that's the beta. What happened when I went to the beta is that my news got screwed up before. So, but if somebody tells me that they're in Canada and they're using the new IB and their news is not screwed up, because what was happening is when I would click on a headline and it just wouldn't show up, and I had to go back to back a version for that to happen. So if somebody can tell me in Canada that they're using IB and it all works great, I'll try it. Otherwise, I won't. But there's no question that their their app definitely needed an update. But it doesn't bother me that much. I mean, in fact, it doesn't bother me at all. You know, people, a lot of people, not yourself, and that's the same to you, but it really bent out of shape about IB's not for the look of it. And I understand. I mean, it looks so archaic compared to the rest of them. But to me, as long as when I click on an alert, it goes into the order entry. I can see this, and I can place the trade quickly. That's all I care about. All right, guys. NCNC is making a little bit of a move here. Control Alt Q. I'll write that down. Okay, guys. NCNC on the move now, guys. Again, I really mean if this takes out if somehow it gets back up to this high here and takes out that high, could go on that run. I mean, it's got the float that we need. It's got a lot of volume. It's Singapore. A lot of reasons why something like this could go crazy. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just following some internal discussions now and just looking to see what is MSOX anything to do with cannabis? I mean, it looks like it's oh, of course it is. Okay, so it's the two times. So it's the two times MSOS. Okay. Yeah, so Alex, so the question for me anyway was how do I determine the size of my trade position as your initial entry position? Do I slowly build your position or execute a large position when taking out a large offer, et cetera, et cetera? No, okay. I'm not really good at adding it to position. So normally my first position is the one I'm in. Okay. So I don't typically you know, okay, I'm only going to go in a third in here and then a third later, a third afterwards. I usually take my position, my full position right off the bat. That's how I trade. I'm not saying that's how anybody else should trade. And then, of course, my position size is always determined. We haven't talked about this for a while, so maybe just do a real quick. Let's do it for the NCNC. There's the NCNC. I'm going to take 500 shares. Look at crazy. I'm going to go in at the market. I'm going to put a stop. This is money management now, guys. This is what I do. And you'll see a red line will appear on the chart. It's approximately minus 100. Okay. So how I trade is this. Before I take a trade, I have a little checklist. Everything's got to be checked before I take my trade. Doesn't matter what my checklist is. Okay. Most of the things are already checked because of my scans. I'm never going to see anything usually outside of the price range I want to trade, minimum volume that's necessary, relative volume that's necessary. So a lot of the things are already checked. So when I click on an alert, I don't have to worry about those things. Then I'm looking left to see how much room does it have, and where, if I got into the trade, where would I put my stop? Okay. Now, where I put my stop, so let's just say for argument's sake, I'm not sure the math is going to work here. It might 20 cents, 231, 4271. Okay. So if I looked at this and said, you know what, if I had a stop at 211, and this is not just made up. I don't mean, well, I'm just going to put a 20-cent stop. It would have to be based on something. Okay. And a lot of times what I'm doing is I'm looking at a 15-minute chart, seeing where I think there's some support so that if it went down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. So that's the first thing. So if I got into a trade, where would I put my stop? And if my stop was 20 cents away on this one, I'd have to say, okay, but where could it go? Where could this go realistically, before it's going to hit any sort of resistance? So I could look at this 15-minute chart or the 15-minute candle right there at the top. And I could have said, well, okay, it's got a shot it'll stall at 275. So remember, so I could have looked at that and gone, okay, a 20-cent stop. I always, when I go into a trade, I always want to have a reasonable expectation of making at least a one for two risk reward. So if I'm going to risk on this trade 20 cents, I would have had to been able to look left and seen at least 40 cents before it could stall in theory. Okay. So if I do the math, 231, add 40 cents to it, that's 271. The high up here was 276. So I had a reasonable expectation that before it would stall because of sharp resistance, it could get up there. Doesn't mean it's going to, okay, but that's how I trade. That's why you always hear me. It's sort of easier when I'm in something near the high of the day because then I just look left, see where the next high is on the daily chart. And again, if it's far enough away based on how much I'm risk and with the one for two factor, then I can take the trade. So my trade size is always based on the difference in the simulator. I always like to demonstrate a risk of $100. Okay, you're hopefully this should make sense. I mean, if you've got a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 to trade. So in the simulator, I'm demonstrating a risk of $100 to trade. Okay, and so how do I get to 500? Well, now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet. You can you put your entry in, and you put your stop in this case, and the difference is 20 cents. And then the way I trade is I try to vary how much I'm risking my trade very little. So in other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 100 the next. So in the simulator, I'm going to risk $100 a trade in the simulator as close as I can. So that means if I put my entry in an Excel spreadsheet and my stop, it'll subtract the course and then it'll divide that into the say the 100, and that gets me to my share size. I know this sounds overly complicated, but that's why you got to practice trading. So, just to put it another way, if I'm risking $100, or if I've got 500 shares and I lose on the trade because it hits my stop at 20 cents away, 500 times 20 cents equals $100. 20 cents into $100 equals 500 shares. Okay. So that's in essence what it's all about for me. Now, the placing of a stop is critical. And if you're new to trading, it can be very difficult. You might hear me say, "Well, I'm looking at a 15-minute chart where I think there's some support, where I think that might be a support level." If you're brand new, you might not understand what I'm looking at, or you may even disagree. That's fine. So if I were starting out, I might use the low of the previous 5-minute candle as my stop. And the reason you do that is that that number is a defined number. Okay, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no kind of kind of a little bit of guesswork. Is this support? Is this not support? The low of the previous 5-minute candle. Hmm, the sound in YouTube is not good. Is that what you're saying? So YouTubers, I don't know what is going on, but it's okay in the main room. No, it's not okay in the main room. But why are some people saying fine and some people saying no? Yeah, but hearing and understanding that's not. I mean, it should be whatever it was. Whatever happened yesterday. I don't know what. Maybe I do need a new mic, though. I don't. I don't know. Okay, so Pepe, I use you as my guide. So in YouTube, so the sound is the same in the main room and in YouTube. And in your opinion, how is the quality ranking 100% being what it used to be? What would you what percentage would you give it now? There's William giving me 100%. So I wonder if it's different computer configurations now for people, but it shouldn't be an issue. Pepe, I'll allow Pepe to tell me. Hmm. Well, let me switch ports again. Maybe that's what I have to do now. I have to switch ports all day long. At least now I know which why. I was trying to do it yesterday, but my computer is tucked away, and I got all sorts of wires coming down, and I couldn't really identify what wire was my mic wire. It's in a dark area. I had a little light. But it's just- anyway, I do know now what it is, so I'm going to change it again. All right, just change the port again. Better. But the blue wire again. The countdown, one down to 2 seconds. Snip. If they don't blow up, I guess the movie continues. Better? Okay. So anyway, guys, that is an insight on how I trade. Okay, and again, I would probably, if I were starting out, I would probably use the low of the previous 5 minute candle, just because that's a defined number, and you don't have to guess about where a resistance area might be or where support might be. Okay. And then the other key thing, of course, is when you're practicing trading, until you can make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade live. If you cannot make money in a simulator when there's really no emotion involved, because if a trade doesn't work, you get out and say, oh, well, it's not just play money. Um, if you can't make money in a simulator, don't start to trade. Now, unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, doesn't necessarily translate to making money when you start trading live. Why? And it's going to happen. Okay. Luckily, it doesn't happen to me. I can't remember the last time. It's years. All the greatest intentions in the world. You practice trading. You figure out maybe your way of putting a stop in. You start getting comfortable, confident, and everything like that, and then you start practicing, and then you start trading live. And you get into a trade, and it starts not to work, and it starts approaching your stop. And then you start thinking to yourself, "Come on, this has got to work. This is too good. This is too good. There's great news. News is not a reason why I take a trade. It's a bonus. There's great news about it. The room is talking about it. And so, you know what? In this case, I'm not going to obey my stop. I'm going to let it go through my stop. You're down now. Instead of the $100 manageable loss, you're down two, three, four, $500. Before you finally give up and you say, "Oh my gosh, why did I not obey my stop?" And you take way more of a loss than you should. That's bad, but this is even worse. You don't obey your stop, you're down four or $500, and then it does turn around on you, and now you're up $200 or $300, and you're so glad you didn't obey your stop. Of course, that can happen. Okay, but in my opinion, money management is so crucial to all of what we do. I can tell you this is a great looking chart. This looks good. But if you don't understand the concept of money management and getting out if a trade isn't working, and just hoping and praying that it comes back for you, you know, I mean, in the odd case, it might work for the odd person, but more than likely, it's just not going to work. And commissions are so cheap now. I mean, that's not in the old days, and I'm talking about in the late '90s with commissions. I mean, you could pay two, three, four, $500 every single trade on the buy, and then the same on the sell. So to get in out of a trade was ridiculous. So, but now there's no excuse. You can always rationalize it like this. Also, when you get into a trade and it doesn't work, right, and you get out. what might have happened, who knows? Maybe you're in a trade that is a little more market dependent. Maybe all of a sudden something happened in the market. Remember yesterday we had a giant red bar at one point. Well, maybe that takes you out of the trade, and you can't help that. You can't plan for that. Okay. But then maybe market conditions turn around again and they present another opportunity to do the same trade. And maybe this time it'll work. Sorry, I'm not laughing at just something. It's amazing how they really try to trap you. And some of these text messages you get that they want you to click on a link. This was a new one for me. Hi, it's my birthday. Why don't we get together tomorrow? Click on this link and I'll show you where we're going to get together. Meanwhile, my gosh, I cannot believe this. I really can't believe this. This EDR. This is now a dollar, over a dollar from where I shorted it and took a small loss. Unbelievable. But Brogan, again, I'm going to have to, yeah, I'm going to have to, you should be sending somebody to support, okay? Because it all gets categorized and somebody technical or in our dev team will take a look at that, okay? Yeah, I mean, the only way I can think of doing it is clicking on the orders, and then you'll see it here. You'll see it, and if it hasn't filled, then you just right click and cancel the order. Okay, it's the only way I can. You can tell I'm not a big user of Brokers Plus program, so I do apologize. But in order, if you had an order that wasn't filled, you could go to your orders tab and just right click and cancel the order. Okay, see, I even beat Pepe through to that. Oh, I didn't see the. Oh, check the updates for both. Well, I had an update from Windows last week, and everything was fine last week. So, and Dell, hmm, that I don't know. I think they did an up. I think they did something yesterday. Maybe that's it. I don't. I didn't see any news on. Well, okay. Endeavor announces an inaugural quarterly cash dividend. That was some news, but usually that's good. But that was the news this morning for EDR. But maybe the market's not liking it. I saw it in another scan. Had I seen it in this scan, I would have paid way more attention to it. I didn't realize it was in my abnormal option activity scan. I saw it somewhere else. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. Steve will be in the room pretty soon, I believe. So, on the break. Hey guys, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. Steve usually shows up maybe a little bit early, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. And I'm still just talking in the other room. If I can find the tab. Okay, I'm just waiting now for Steve to show up, and I think I just heard a little pop. I thought I heard a little pop from Steve.
Hang on a second.
Um, I hear that little
Sorry. Hey, Barry.
It's okay.
Hello. Let me share my screen here.
I've told everybody to just speak for 1 hour on how great the CVNA trade is. Okay.
Well, I wish they were all like that, but as I heard you say, and correctly so, the last few didn't trigger.
Yeah.
And sometimes I got to remind people, read the email, read the
Yeah.
trading instructions, because we get emails like, hey, what the hell? I'm like, well, it didn't
Didn't
trigger.
trigger.
So make
Wasn't a
sure
bad
you read.
trade.
It wasn't a
Was
bad
was
trade.
not
It just
was a
didn't
non-trade.
trigger. Make
Yeah.
sure you read the trading plan. So
Hmm.
anyway, vacuuming day.
No, actually, it isn't. And it's not watering day either. We've had some rain. We haven't had rain for so
Excellent.
long.
Isn't that nice?
So I
Yeah.
don't have to do either today. So just a workout.
There you go. Just a
I
workout.
might have
That's
to
good.
talk to you later,
Oh,
privately, about something, but we'll see. Um, you, of course, are always tied up at 1 o'clock. So you want me to show up at about 5 to 10 to?
sure. Yeah. And you can
Okay.
hit me up anytime. But publicly, I broke 80 for the first time in decades. Shot 79 on
Well,
Tuesday.
you told me that, and always a challenge to have to par the last two
Right.
holes to do it.
Exactly. It was in my mind. I thought, okay, this is how the pros have to do it. They
Yeah,
got to know they got to finish strong. And yeah, it was fun. So going
yeah,
back to the scene of the crime on Saturday. But yeah, feel free to hit me up. I'll be around.
yeah. Okay, thanks. Okay, I'll put. You can take over now.
All right. See you later.
Bye.
All right. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, Jason. Yeah, so here's Carvana. How convenient, right? Just sitting there on my screen as I pop it up. Oops, I need to modify my. There we go. We'll make that look a little nicer. All right, there we go. Cool. Torrey Pines. I wish, Leanne, um, Brad, who also works here, you never hear from him, but he and I have known each other forever. And well, let me go back even further. I went to Mission Bay High School, and I decided there was a cute girl on the golf team, and I was a golfer, and I go, I should join the golf team. And wouldn't you know it? I mean, Torrey Pines was our home course, so I got to leave after fourth period and drive up to Torrey Pines and play 9 holes on the south for like $6 back in the 80s when I was in high school. So that started Torrey Pines, and then Brad and I used to get up very early before the sun, and you'd drive into the parking lot and you'd find the person with their headlights on, and you'd get the number from them, and they'd tell you what number in line you were, and you turn your headlights on for the next person, and you get out before the crack of dawn. Great place. I mean, that's the most amazing municipal golf course in the world. It's amazing it's not private, but it is public property. But back to trading, Carvana is the trade of the week, and I participated, and it was a great trade for me as well. You've heard me talk about the day and a half concept. I love to take, a good position and then a day and a half. So I was starting to, let me grab my pointers. Um, I took all of it home day one, and we'll call day one. Hold on a second. I get my pointer. we shall call day one this day right here, because that was essentially the trigger of the trade of the week. And day one, I always want to see the candle close nicely with big green on highs, at or near highs. And in that respect, I usually can expect some follow through the following day. Well, it gave us a little bit of a hiccup right there. Not much, but a little bit of a pullback in the morning hours, and then quickly went back through highs. And this is where I started becoming a seller. So I sold some there. I think I sold some there when it broke, but I've kept the remaining 20%. All right. I'm trying so hard to do this because especially on the short float trades. This is a short squeeze trade, and I'm learning from experience where I look back and I go, Steve, would it have killed you to hold a quarter of that position? Because that thing squeezed for 4 or 5 days after you got out, and you probably would have made more on that quarter size position just not caring and letting it work than you did, holding a bigger size and lamenting every single pullback. So I'm still in 20%. And honestly, I'm going to look to sell some up here. I think what's going to happen is this level up here, whatever this level is, let's call it, let's put an alert in there right now, 53.39. I'm going to sell the remainder above that line. So as soon as we get above that line, I honestly expect the sellers to jump in and try and reverse it. So I might just take my profits up here on the remaining 25%. And I'll call that one of the better swing trades I've had, because I don't know if I've said it here, but this type of movement has been really hard to get in swing trading lately. You usually get one day of movement and then a reversal. And so I've kind of last month just treaded water for the most part, because a lot of my swing trades just never followed through in the way in which I wanted them. So it took literally a short squeeze, 41% short floater. And again, the reason it was brought to my attention was it was on my list. It was on my, I shared this last week. It's right there, the short squeeze list. And I talk about the 50-day moving average. We talked about all of this last week, if you were here. And this tells me, if a stock can remain above the 50-day moving average, it remains in good health. And when they pull back and they break the 10, they break the 20, and then they consolidate, the sideways action is also very important to me. It's just kind of consolidating over time rather than price. Once these moving averages come up to that type of action, it just forces the issue higher. So we had a perfect timing on a Friday right there to call Carvana. And yeah, I'm very happy with the way it worked out. Hope people made money. But that's how I am managing it. Again, I think I've gotten out too soon in the past, and it just made me so angry that I could not hold on to 20% or 25% and let that remainder of the short squeeze work for me. And so I'm trying to do that here right now. And this thing's really holding strong, and it's probably because it's a short squeeze. There's a lot of distance here between the current price and this rising 5-day moving average. I mean, I could take some off here, but I kind of feel like I want to just complete this mission, complete this trade, and make it a textbook trade, and wait for it to pop its head above here, bring in the buyers, and then be a seller. And there you go, is a perfect example of being contrarian. Being contrarian is not buying that candle right there or buying this candle right here. Being contrarian is waiting for the pullbacks and looking for a technical level that makes sense to give yourself a good risk reward trade. If you're wrong, it dumps over and you have a small loss. But if you're right, in this case, the short squeeze did materialize and it worked out. So don't expect that again from me this week. I have no idea what I'm going to choose tomorrow. Oh yeah, where did your son go, Leanne? He would give you guys a golf cart. Yeah. Oh boy, that's just such a nice course. I haven't played there in forever. I need to get my resident card going again so I can get the local rate. But boy, those were the days when we could get there and tee off at 6:00 a.m. and then be done at 10:30 and have the rest of the day. And then, of course, being a trader on the West Coast here is pretty ideal for golf. I played on Tuesday with Dan and Brad at 1:30 right after the close, and it was not Torrey Pines. It was the Crossings, which, if you're familiar with San Diego courses, the Crossings, it's not easy. It's a canyon course. Every hole pretty much has canyon on both sides if you're not careful. So there was a lot of 4-iron tee shots that kept the ball in play, and I played smart. Scripps Ranch High School, yeah. Is it their home course, or they just used to play there? Either way, it's nice to have a hookup there for sure. All right, love golf. Back to trading. Excuse me. Nothing like taking a golf cart to the 7-Eleven at noon. Shaw, hello. For me, it's hard to hold that long. Okay, that's a great point, Shaw. And if you heard me say earlier, I really normally only trust things a day and a half, and that's my time perspective. Now, when Barry takes back over, his time perspective is minutes, 5-minute charts, momentum, new highs, jump in, get out, take your piece, your single, to use a baseball term, and bag it. I don't have really the focus nor the attention span nor the ability or the bandwidth with all the other responsibilities I have to trade like that. I used to trade like that long time ago before decimals and before a lot of other stuff, before high frequency trading. It was different, and that was my full-time focus. But back to your question, how to hold on as best you can. I've got something I can show you, but I just want to remind you again. For me, that's my time frame: a day and a half, 2 days of momentum, and then bail. Barry's trying to do the same thing, but with 5-minute charts. So the Carvana is probably not going to be the best example that I want to show you, only because it's so heavily shorted. It has just got tremendous momentum, and that was the idea, and that's obviously the benefit of this trade. But not all trades are going to have 41% short the float. So let's just see if we can find some examples here of something that might make sense. I'm using the 15-minute chart. I think AMC is going to be a good one. All right. I'm using the 15-minute chart, and don't follow me into stupid trades like this, but I bought AMC yesterday, and it was another good trade because I sold half the position right there at that 130, and I took the other half home. Now, I'm watching this 10 SMA here. What I'm really getting at, Shaw, is the 10 SMA. On a 15-minute chart, the 10 SMA can really give you a clue. I want to find a better example. Here we go. Perfect. I want to give you an example. Let's say you bought CLF, Cliff, this morning, Cleveland Cliffs steel stock, and you really want to stay in. I understand one of the hardest things for me when I first started trading was writing this and then looking at this and saying, why didn't I sell when it was up here? Well, because sometimes patience can pay. And in that case, if I just sold every time I got a couple of green candles, and I sold because I was scared of watching, let's call this a $200 profit turn into a $50 profit, right? We're all scared of that. Oh, geez, it was 200. Why didn't I take it when it was 200? Now it's just, well, one of the hardest things that I had to learn was to just go, it's okay. This stock looks good on the time frame that I'm watching. It's breaking above its 20-day. It's got good volume, what have you, breaking its downtrend, took out yesterday's high. But the most important thing is the pullback did not give way to this 10 SMA. Again, this is a 15-minute chart, and this is how I want to answer you, Shaw. How do I stay in trades longer? I suggest using a 15-minute chart like I do, and using Cliff as an example here, letting these pullbacks come and breathe. But as long as they hold that line, you're going to get more continued confidence to stay in the trade longer. So it looks like this is going to want to come back and challenge the highs for the day. And that's good. We would not be in the trade if we panicked out every time we saw a red bar. Now that brings the question, how do we know when to, maybe Randall just asked it, how long do you wait? Okay, there it is. Randall, I wait for the closing candle. The reason I wait for a closing candle is sometimes you'll get like a wick or something that jumps below, and then it. Let's look at MindMed. I think MindMed's having a good day. Yeah, and then it closes below. So here's MindMed. If you were watching it early, obviously they had something going on there. Popped early on the open, sideways action for 45 minutes there. Never even touched my moving average, the 10 SMA, and then it shot higher. Let's go back to my Carvana trade. And again, I'm kind of breaking rules here only because I'm keeping the last 20%. Now I will show you back here on this one, on that candle right there, I did sell some more. Now, why did I sell some more? Let's go back in time and use the time machine here. All right, so I was in it. Now, at this point, I was happy with my profits. And so here you are saying, stay in, stay in, stay in. There's not a single 15-minute candle, as those self-erase, that closed below. A couple of them tried, but they all popped back into play. And so that, Randall, that is why I wait for the closing price. We got one more minute until the next candles close. But this is what happened to me yesterday. I said I'm still going to keep 20% of this trade, but I had half of it sold already, and I was ready to sell another 30%. And I was like, hold, to quote Mel Gibson and Braveheart, hold, and then closing candle out. So that's my signal candle. And a lot of times when you look at these charts, maybe I can look at some of these charts and we'll go back and you say, boy, in hindsight, that first closing candle under the 15-minute chart, here we go, was a good early indicator. Now, yes, this one closed below, but it did recover. But let's say you're up here and all of a sudden you're saying, all right, I'm ready to lock in my profit. I've had a good profit. I've sat through all this. I am now in profit-taking mode, but I'm not going to get out early. Right, Randall? Right, Shaw? There's the signal candle. You see that doji? That candle right there closed below. And it's emphasizing what I was just saying going into this candle. When you look back in time, in hindsight, it becomes very clear that those who used the signal candle, the first closing candle, benefited. Look at all these people that didn't wait. Oh, I'm still in it. Oh, no, you're not. No, you're not. Rejected. And so that's it. That's the breaking of momentum. That is what broken momentum looks like. And so the only logical conclusion I come to try and maximize not getting out too soon, but also giving it a chance to work, is to wait for the closing candle. See, it traded below right there, but it didn't close. If you waited for the close, you were still in play. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Let's backtrack here. All right, Krogan. AMC's been good. Yeah, Krogan, AMC was a very unusual play. I got in early yesterday because I just knew it was oversold, and I was just waiting and just going to stick around and see if I'd ever wanted to do a bar reverse. When I saw it pop up on my high low, I literally got in early around 11:20, 11:18, sold half right there. Very happy that I did that. That's my 5-day moving average. And I wanted to let the other half work. What do I have here? I have a closing candle, so I'm kind of breaking my rules. But again, guys, I'm letting the remaining trailing half work. So that's probably a good qualifier to say, once I am ready to take profits on my remaining shares, I will use that signal candle. But I'm not ready to take profits yet on my remaining shares. In this particular case, I feel like AMC probably has a date with this moving average coming down to meet it. So I want to give it another day or two. I've already taken profits. I've already paid myself nicely. So I'm playing with the house money here. Yes, we've got some broken momentum for the moment, but I'm going to give it a chance. Sometimes you just need to give it a chance. And again, I don't recommend that on a full-size position, but on a trailing position, like in Carvana, I'll do that. Good, makes sense to you. All right, Shaw. All right, Krogan, my major problem in trading is holding too long since stopped holding through my candles doubled overnight. So maybe that helps. Krogan, two things. I did say as a swing trader, this last month has been very tricky for me. I've taken a lot of paper cuts, gotten a lot of good entries and some good movement, but then absolute reversal the following day. And I don't let those trades go too far negative on me because they didn't do what I expected. So, if you ask yourself, am I becoming a hoper now? Is everything screaming at me on the chart saying you're now a hoper? You've gone from hey, this chart looks like it's got something to, it looks different now, but I don't want to pound out of this and admit I'm a loser. I'm hoping it turns back up. That's not a position you want to be in as a trader. You just want to rip the Band-Aid off, take your emotional, psychological, and financial capital and move on to the next pitch and look for another opportunity. What about holding on, Leanne, volatile stocks that are breaking out like no-name stocks? Tend to hold those too long and end up losing. Volatile stocks, you really kind of want to take your profits when you get them. But the problem is, and I'm with you, is you look at the volatility and you go, oh man, this is going to be a home run. If I can just sit through this one, I can get paid. But sometimes that volatility works both ways. And so when things are really running in your direction, you want to be taking pieces off. Would be one way to do it. The other thing when it comes to volatile stocks is if you don't want to be like that, if you do want to sit in it for the big one, for instance, AMC, yesterday, I didn't take a giant size because I knew it was volatile. And I knew if it did get going that, a medium size position would pay. I don't have to jump into a big size because the volatility will knock you out of your big size. So you have to downshift on your position size, at least, a half on the volatile stocks that those are big ATRs, big swings, because they swing both ways. Trevor, followed your video on one recent when you talk about knowing when to adapt to the markets when your strategy doesn't work anymore. Can you elaborate on that? I sure can. It's exactly what I was just talking about, Trevor. What was working for me, prior, my day and a half where I position, double up, explode, close on highs. The Carvana is a great example. And then get that second day of follow through. That's my bread and butter. On that second day, if I'm already positioned and I've ridden the first day green candle and I'm in the money nicely, I don't like to sell. I want to stick around for day number 2. And that's when I flip to the sell side. And 2 things will happen on the day 2. One, the stock will gap up handsomely. If it does, you better take a lot off. You can keep some, but take a lot off. That was a gift and you need to take it because more often than not, that gap is not going to continue. That gap was a bunch of panicked pre-market buying and short covering. And when the bell rings, that comes in because a lot of other smart people are going, damn, that was a gift. I'm going to take it. So scenario 1 on day number 2 is take that gap, at least most of it. Now, on the case of Carvana, there was no gap on day number 2. Back and we'll highlight that. This was day number 2. Here's day number 1. Was all that. And then it closed at or near highs. I would have loved a gap right here to sell into. Could have wasted, look at all that time. It spent all that day pretty much there. And if it had gapped up to that level, that's your morning gift. You take it. But it didn't. And as a matter of fact, it gave us a little bit of pain in the ass. And I looked left and I said, okay, they're probably trying to challenge this level. And it's always in the morning, right? That's where all the stops are placed, that's where all the stops are ran. All the stops are ran in the first 30 minutes of the day. And so I'm watching Carvana and it didn't gap up. And I'm like, oh, okay, here come the sellers. Those are probably profit takers. Nothing's changed on the short float. There's still a big squeeze here. Look over at the daily chart, still a nice big breakout candle on volume. I never, ever want to try and punch out of a swing trade in the first half an hour, because that's when they try to shake you out. So you quietly just say, that's okay. I'm going to look left here. Oh, that's what they, quote unquote, the algorithms are trying to do. They're trying to see everybody looking at that level and saying, I'm going to go to my other job today, but I'm going to log into E-Trade and put a good till stop canceled order right down here. And what do you know? They all see your order. That's why your commissions are free. If you didn't figure that out, it doesn't matter who your broker is. They're selling your information. Hey, this client of ours here, we supposedly represent. Psst, here's their order. And so the algorithms, they see these and they line up like a plot graph of bowling pins and they just knock them down in the first 30 minutes. So often there's a reason, there's a logical reason as to why they knocked them all down. This is a stop hunt. And so I sat through the stop hunt, and then you get confirmation pretty quickly. There's no reason to get out. Now, for me, it's not so much a 2-day trade. I told you I like to flip to the sell side after a day and a half. So I'm either going to get the gap up and take it immediately, or it's going to take me half a day to get going and start selling, which I was doing. So I sold. By this point, I'm out of 80%. Now I still have my 20% working. Let's fast forward a little bit. Okay, 20% back and forth. Volatility, is it bothering me? Not really. That candle's interesting. What's going on? Are we getting a market hiccup? Let's take a look. How about that? We're getting a market hiccup. Do I maybe just take the remainder here? Let's look at this for a second. Let's not be stupid. If the market's gonna, it's a small size, so obviously that level held yesterday, 49.16. We got above 50. That might have been it. 50 might have been it. Buy Carvana. I'm just going to take it only because I see the market rolling over. And if the market's going to roll over and start doing something, the market's tired. We've had a big push, and that could be a catalyst. So normally, does IB sell? You bet they do. Every single broker out there is selling your orders to Citadel and Virtue. Robinhood is the most egregious of all of them. That's basically their business model, and they don't even send your orders to the market. They just look at that and they go, "Oh, we'll just trade against that." Those are the retail dummies. Schwab does. They all do. Which brings me to another good point. I pull, like if I do have a stop order, I'm going to pull it on the open. And that might sound crazy, but I'm not going to give them the food to feed on. And I've done that because more often than not, which means more than 60% of the time, that's worked out for me. Sometimes it doesn't. And you'll know if it doesn't. If the market is puking, I won't play that game. But if the market opens up and everything's fine, but for some reason your stock is just getting blasted now down 3% on the open, that to me is an algorithmic stop hunt. And I will not allow them to get me. So I've trained myself that it's okay to pull your stop and let that work out. And then hopefully when you survive that stop, guess what? The low of that stop hunt is an excellent stop going forward, is an excellent place for you to draw the line going forward. That becomes your out. Yeah, Trevor. So before that started working, there was the AI stocks. They were working really well. My strategy for many years now has just been what I call a swing scalper or a swing surfer. I'm not looking to get in and just ride things for days. I don't trade options. I like to trade leveraged ETFs. As a matter of fact, I'm in some FAS right now in another account. What is FAS? FAS is the opposite, and it's a levered opposite 3 times. So I'm getting leverage on these ETFs. It's the opposite of XLF. Not shorting the market, but yesterday I noticed that big spike and that reversal. Excuse me. This is our XLF financial ETF. I've talked about shorting, right? Don't be this person shorting here. If you're going to go short something, wait for the bounce. I waited for the bounce. I saw a little topping tail, and it's just something I'm doing. I'm not advocating shorting the market, but I will look to try and see if I can get a day and a half of move out of this. Trevor, that's my ideal move. So if this thing really accentuates and then I get a day and a half, boom, that's all I want. I just want a little piece like that. I'm not looking to be the guy who got long before the crash or short before the crash. So I'm always looking for something that will give me follow through for a day and a half. And day one, I want to be in a contrarian type entry. Was shorting XLF a contrarian type entry? Yes, it was. Let's go to the ETF, the inverse. Okay, sell, 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 down, boom, bottom wick. See, look at that. Run the stops on the open, first 30 minutes. There's the top of the hour, 10 o'clock, reversal. So once it kind of did that, I recognized it, and I bought in like right about here. So I'm in the money. So I have a low risk entry, and that was my point. Contrarian entry. Seems like I might be on the right side. Maybe. We'll find out. But if this thing takes off and starts really moving, let's say it does it today and it pops way up here to highs today. Well, this is going to be day one for me. Tomorrow becomes day two, and tomorrow I flip to the sell side and I start putting limit orders out at new highs. So I'm always going against the grain. I'm always going against the herd. And that's probably one of the hardest things to do, but it's probably one of the most beneficial things to do if you can master it. Because it goes against all psychological pre-wired fibers of our being to do stuff like that. We want to wait for it to be safe. I mean, even in the animal kingdom, you watch the penguins, they all run to the end of the iceberg and stop. And the ones that really want to get to the other side, they don't care. They jump in. The ones that stopped, they watch to wait and see if the ones that jumped in got eaten or not. And then they jump in, and then those are the ones that get eaten. The other ones made it. So I hope that helps, Trevor. That's what I was doing. And so to kind of circle back, when something stops working, you have to recognize it stops working. You can't just keep pounding into it saying, I want my day and a half, but these things keep reversing on me. I'm in the money, and then they reverse back to flat or a small loss. I kept taking flats and small losses. I didn't do anything differently. I just kind of slowed down and recognized that I'm just not getting what I want. So slow the trade frequency down. If you can find something else that works, great. But that was my bread and butter, and it just wasn't really working. I'll go to the ETFs sometimes just to get some broad market exposure, like I've done here in FAS. We'll see what happens. Okay, Leanne, Red Flash Boys. Yeah, stop putting a Flash Boy. Yeah. I think I know. Is that Joe Saluzzi and can't remember the other guy's name. Those are good guys. They used to work for Instanet, and they were one of the very first people to just start raising alarms and saying, hey, we just went to 13 dark pools, and the game has now become who can invest the most money in the fastest laser fiber optic sequence to bounce around and try and make a half a penny to a penny on every single order that goes through the system. And at the end of the day, just clean up with no risk. Well, that's not fair. A market should always have risk. And just because you've got hundreds of millions of dollars behind you and you've got a laser tower built across the river from New Jersey to the NYSE, that doesn't mean that you should be able to exploit the 13 dark markets, which, by the way, was created so they could do that kind of shit. So, yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Leanne. Yeah, so Shaw, the stop hunt is most egregious in the first 30 minutes. Now, you can also use the stop hunt to your advantage. Let's say you're stalking something and you like it. And you're like, oh, it's so close, but it's not quite at the, I'll use PSLV as an example. I'm trying to maybe stalk it. Patrick will get a kick out of that. But see, I've got a price alert in here, and I might want to pick it up down here on this rising 10 SMA. So I'll keep adjusting it. And let's say I wake up Monday or tomorrow and there's this giant flash sell all the way down, boom, to the area that's interesting to me on the daily. Well, that becomes an opportunity. That becomes an opportunity for an entry. You're basically playing their game. You're using their game to your opportunity. So you can set price alerts, And if they flash and go off in the first 30 minutes at levels that make sense, and you identify that, you go, oh, they're stop hunting that thing. I know how this works out. I'm going to join them. And you join the algos. And they make billions off the back. And then they laugh at us when they say the market isn't rigged. Okay, the market's not rigged. Let's go back to one exchange and full price discovery, full supply demand. Everybody has the same speed. I don't care if your cable is shorter than that guy's cable. Everybody goes through the same router. First in, first out. How about we do that? You'd see those guys fold shop immediately because they're not willing to risk it, because they turn on their machines every day and they just print money. And they say, oh, well, you're just a retail trader. What does it matter? You press market buy, and sometimes you get a midpoint. Yeah, good point, fair point. I've just accepted the fact that, great, market order, have it, take it. Oh, I got a midpoint. Oh, lucky me. Somebody made a half a cent off my trade. Great. But it is what it is. We just got to adapt. Yes, Luca, let's look at Meta Long. Meta Long, okay, is getting kind of ensnared in what I talked about last week, is the armpit. It doesn't look good. I do not like Meta here, and I'll explain why. Signal candle pretty much there and definitely there confirms we broke the 50-day moving average. We have not broken the 50-day moving average in quite some time, as you can see in Meta, all the way back here. So it broke the 10, it broke the 20, regained the 10 and the 20, broke them again, went through the 50 like butter, tried to come back and reclaim the 50, and this is where I call the armpit. It's underneath the smelly armpit there. And look, today is day number 3. This is the third attempt that Meta has tried to get above the 50-day. And so far, it's being rejected. Oh, Flash Boys is by Michael Lewis. Yeah, I'm thinking of Joe Saluzzi and another one. But yeah, Michael Lewis is great. He's good. So back to Meta. It doesn't look that great. Honestly, it really doesn't. Honestly, this is like a short to me. Sorry if that's, not what you want to hear, but that's what the tea leaves are telling me here. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, literally the 5th. Today is the 5th rejection of what should be support has now become resistance. And if that's not a, giant red flag of a pivot, the 50 SMA has become the pivot point. Thanks for showing me that. I'm not bullish Meta. I'm sorry if that doesn't jive with what you want to hear. My confusion, Trevor, is knowing when to balance the true strategy and process, when to admit it doesn't work. Well, again, Trevor, after days and days of it just not working, that's like empirical evidence to me that, okay, it's just not working. Or you can trade journal it and look at the actual hard data if you want and say, well, this just isn't working. I have a choice. I can sit on my hands, or I can try and find something else that is. Well, trying to find something else that is, you're putting something at risk, and it's like golf trying to work on a new swing in the middle of your round in a tournament. I'll say this. Jesse Livermore said 100 years ago, nothing's changed except the technology. He says, without a doubt, I've probably made the most money by sitting on my hands. And what he means by that is a penny saved, a penny earned. By not forcing it, and by sitting aside and saying, whoa, boy, am I glad I'm not participating in this. Now, that might not be what you want to hear. Some people, they want to grind it out every single day. And the people that come to you and say, if I could just make $300 to $500 a day, they're not being realistic. You're going to have drawdowns. You're going to have quiet periods. If you've got to pay the bills and you're forcing trading, Godspeed, because that's a tough nut. So I just try to either back off, Trevor, or go to smaller sizes until things start working again, or I'll maybe go to ETFs. But I'm always trying to be contrarian. I will never be chasing anything. Again, I'll pull up FAS. This is an ETF, but that's a contrarian entry we're talking about here yesterday. This would have been a stupid chase. Oh, look, it broke above the 200. Yeah, after about 15 days of trying, it's tired. Pull back, create a higher low, I'd rather be long this higher low than suffer, that immediate loss. If your process is supposed to work over time, isn't it bad to change your process when it doesn't work? Yeah, I don't want to change my process when it doesn't work. I want to just sit back and wait for it to start to working again. How do the professional gamblers make their money? They press when they know it's time to press. And pressing can come in, hey, I'm no longer taking $5,000 positions. I'm taking $10,000 positions out of my account. I'm going for bigger swings because it's working. But when it's not working, you've got to turtle. You've got to just pull back, less frequency, less size until it starts to work again. And that's your feedback mechanism, is to wait for it to start working again. I think we both said the same thing. Sure, you're welcome to go try something else, but that's probably not advised because that's not your shot. Again, the golf analogy. You know, got a guy like Scotty Scheffler who just hits a 310-yard power fade every time. If he steps up there to Augusta and he's forced to hit a draw, it's in his mind, this is not my normal shot. Do I want to make my normal shot work, or do I lay back, or do I try and force something that I'm not really sure about? Yeah, you're right, Leanne. You got it. Are there any other books that talk about these algorithms and how they work? Yeah, just Flash Boys is probably the best. Jeff's correct. Yeah, Luca, it's a good example of, does the chart confirm the story? Whether you love Facebook or hate Facebook. If you hate Facebook, you're probably feeling like, I don't want to short this thing. But if you love Facebook, you can't just buy it because you love Facebook. I'm going to take credit for coining the term, does the chart confirm your story? Your story. I love Facebook. I love their advertising. I love their upside. I love virtual model. I love where they're going with the metaverse. I'm buying all kinds of meta land and meta cars and throwing meta parties. That's your story, but this is not confirming your story. So I always defer to what the crowd and the footprints in the sand are telling me. That is inevitable. That seems to be what that's telling me. Is it going to happen? I don't know, but that seems to be the most plausible scenario for me. See, it's kind of bugging me now. I want to find the name of that other book. Joe Saluzzi Flash. Um, the name of their book. Broken, I think it's Broken Markets. Let me look. Yes. Okay. So I found it. I'll give you the link. I've known just through social media. I'd never met him personally, but Joe, he was one of the earlier spokespeople. Joe and his buddy Sal from Themis. They used to be at Instanet. They wrote this book before Michael Lewis wrote his. Does anybody actually like Facebook? I don't. So there's the Amazon. Broken Markets was what I was trying to think of. 10 SMA scan and Market Explorer. Is that your? It is. To an extent, it is. Let's go ahead and open it up and take a look and see what's in there. New Explorer. I'll show you what's mine. Gap and pull back to the 10 SMA. This was my concept to give to Michael. Let's see if it shows anything interesting. So there's our gap. So the concept is it has to have had a gap in the previous, 30 days upwards, and it's consolidating or pulling back. And it did, in fact, tag and touch the 10 SMA. That's not a bad looking chart. However, I will not trade and take home shares overnight of pharmaceutical companies. That is one hard, fast rule I have on swing trading. No biopharmas. Just out of curiosity. Going down. Next one, we did Teva. Let's THRC. That's and that's the problem. This is a acquisition. When you see that, that's the acquisition, and they just wait for the arbitrage and the companies to merge. Nothing to do there. Same one, SCP. Not much on here today, except that Teva. I wonder if there was another one. Select strategy, relative strength, pattern, moving average, 10 SMA play 15. What's this all about? Okay, this is kind of interesting. So I haven't looked at these much, but looks like there's our 10 SMA. There's our pullback, 10 SMA play on the 15 minutes. Let's see what else is in here. Focus, there we are. So these are strong stocks focused on the 15-minute time frame, pulling back and touching intraday the 10 SMA. Not all of them are going to look great. Something like this, in my opinion, is very tired. Look at that, 3 days in the making, slammed into the 200-day. Could be a signal candle breaking right there. We don't want that one. And also, I would say these work better in the morning, in the first half of the day. Second half of the day, they start to give way and break momentum a little bit. So, it's just something to look at. How far has it run on the daily? Oh, Tilray, the pot stocks had a big day yesterday. All right, so Tilray ran yesterday, ran today. Now all of a sudden, day and a half. Look at that. If I was swing trading TLRY, there's my signal candle right there. Day and a half. Day one, half of today, momentum broken, and that's my sweet spot time frame in a nutshell for me, anyway. So yes, there are some 10 SMA scans on there, and there are probably some interesting ones. So if you're looking for ideas, they're on there. Their earnings, October, they've been earnings. It would be a good short, wouldn't it? I might think about it too. I can't shorten my 401k. I've got to go to another account. So, MC just not following through. Still in the money. Not a great one. Took half off yesterday. Meta could easily come back down here to 230. I am going to short it. And this is not a day and a half kind of thing. This is probably just going to sit in an account. See if it can work over a couple weeks, because it looks like a pretty good entry, low risk entry. Again, a contrarian entry, right? So 5 rejections at the 50-day SMA. Yeah, we pulled back a little bit here, but it's going to not be a huge size. So short, Meta, just give me the market. I'm not going to play around. Order status. Filled. I am short Meta. Sometimes that's how trades can come to you. I mean, I look at that thing and it's just got a green light across the board, and I don't like it. So it proves my story. I don't like it either. And so the chart might be confirming my story that it can't get back above the armpit. Now, I mean, literally the out, and I'm just going to put it right now. And there's my out. 302. 7 points, 6 points. That's not much at all. That's a good risk reward right there. I'm actually glad you brought that up. Do I want to recommend that scan to try out how you, no, that scan that I showed you, is just going to show you intraday ideas. The first one that I showed you, the gap and pullback to the 10, that would be something that I would look at and have looked at. Tell Andy I shorted Meta. Like what we're doing, just in case, get some good ideas from each other. I got him an AMC yesterday, and he was happy. I'm more on the daily stuff. I'm more interested in all the daily charts around the intraday 15-minute chart is how I manage the trade. Like if I want to add to it, or more importantly, want to use it for that signal candle to show me it's time to get out because the momentum is breaking. I can gauge the momentum better with that 15-minute candle chart. And quite honestly, Randall, at this point in my trading, I'm not waiting for a scan to show me what to trade. I've got a lot of things I look at, and I just kind of rotate around. Again, using how did I come up with XLF? I don't know. Just looking at the market. I know the banks are weak. My philosophy on shorting, and XLF is very similar to what Meta looks like. A couple of big days up, and then a reversal candle yesterday, and so being short XLF by way of FAZ, it's going to move in triple leverage fashion. My first area of interest is right there. And you see I got the line drawn already. I want to know what's going to happen when we get up there. We could find some selling at that 50-day moving average. All right, I'll be here for a little bit longer if anybody has any more questions. Looks like we got them all. Somebody got me short Facebook, John, or whoever that was. Talked me into it. Luca, thank you. You're welcome, Leanne, for that book. That was written a while ago too. So I mean, that's going to give you like really the early structure. Just reading something here. Oh, there goes fast to high. So working in that one. I just shorted Meta in that same account. So MSPXF, I didn't really talk about that. He's really contrarian stuff here and almost got stopped out, quite honestly. That blue line was my stop. But I'm not suggesting shorting the market here. It's been pretty strong. I'm just doing something on my own. But later in the day, it's starting to work in my favor. So I've got that in one account. Sheesh, that AMC. I might have to just cut that. If the market's going to roll over and this AMC, I'm gonna watch this real closely here. I'm gonna up this moving average support. I hear Barry
Mhm.
doing anything over there other than working out. Maybe you went back on mute. All right, guys. Well, a couple more minutes. I think we're caught up with questions.
All right, Steve, that was a false alarm.
False alarm.
False alarm. I am now just
Disregard.
maybe. No. I'm actually looking at UBS as a potential little intraday short here. UBS had earnings all-time high.
Ooh,
They
wow.
bought, yeah, they took
That's an
over.
excellent looking short.
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, you heard me talk about FAS. I'm long FAS, so
Hmm.
I'm not bullish on the financial sector. And
Right.
you heard me talking about contrarian entries. That would
Hmm.
certainly be one. I like it. I like it a lot.
All right. Well, there you
And
go.
and look at my screen here. I mean, like you've got your guide now. You've got this 10 SMA just hovering above the top of each candle,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
forcing each one. So I mean, as long as that stays intact, I'd be in that trade and stay with it if you are. Yeah. You said
All
you were
right.
thinking about it.
Well, I just noticed it now. I saw it in the pre-market because it was an all-time high.
Oh
They
yeah.
brought Credit Suisse, and so that's that whole thing, and that's a lot of the reason why their revenues went crazy because I think they were. I'm going to make numbers up. They were projecting, we'll just say, 50 billion in revenues, and there was 100 billion. Okay,
Wow.
so that's why it's gone crazy. But a lot of that is because of Credit Suisse. But yeah, I'm just looking at this going, can this really hold?
No, I don't think it can. Technically speaking, as long as it stays under that 10 SMA, it's
Hmm.
short. It's a short as long as it stays there. I think these are perfect buy the rumor, sell the news type events too. Everything seems to be lining up for a decent short on that.
Okay, well, I'll give you my mailing address and
Okay.
if it works out for you.
Okay. Sounds
Okay.
good.
Oh, okay, you can take off now if you want.
Sounds good too. I need to take off and grab a couple breaks. So
Okay,
I'll see you around.
okay, you will. Bye. All right, guys, both rooms. My announcement out. So we were just talking about potentially shorting UBS here, guys. I mean, this is a earnings play, all-time high, and but the market, it's financial. I don't know what the rest of the financials are doing, but it just looks a little bit heavy now, doesn't it? UBS. Dino the Kid. Okay, I don't know if you're still around. I see you're now talking about what's happening here. I don't know if you're still around. Well, and Trevor, are those who asked about changing strategies, depending on market conditions and all, it's interesting because there's such a difference between day trading and then swing trading. And I think most of Steve's swing trades are probably on the long side. I don't know if he does very many swing trades on the short side. So, but as an intraday trader, it really doesn't matter. I've got my shorts, I've got my longs. Whatever the market is throwing at me any given day, I've usually got something that I can look at. So a very different way of approaching the market, of course. I'm assuming goods that you're trying to do a bounce on EDR. Unbelievable. I'm stunned by this one, I mean, I took a 6 cent loss on it on the short. Probably would not have got out, except I think I was in the middle of explaining my stuff, and I thought, you know what? I don't think this is going to move that much anyway. I couldn't have been more wrong. This would have been one of the more, I was gonna say more better. Seriously though, this would have been one of the more, great trades because this is now $2, from where I shorted at 23.60. And the only news I can see is that they're declaring a dividend. That's the only news I can see, and I don't know, are they being punished for that? 6 cents, or they're declaring a 6 cents dividend. People are asking like, "Well, why is it doing that?" Ah, merger complication with EDR and WWE. Aha. Okay. Well, that makes more sense then. I didn't know. I see. Okay. Oh, I see. World Wrestling shares slammed amid the Saudis investment in a UFC competitor. Oh, I see. Okay. Ah, okay. That makes sense now. I never saw. I don't think I saw that headline ever. I'm seeing it now, but I don't. I did not see it before. No, they're completely tied. You're completely right. It says it right here. In a competing league to the UFC Endeavor Group, which is merging with WWE. Yeah, so it is completely the reason. Did EOSE? No, it didn't. And let's see why. Question is why. Look at that. Look at Bitcoin. Look. Yeah. So the reason why, Trevor, is that it would have passed. It would have passed. It had enough. Obviously, the option volume is huge, and it was 1.5, like 150%. So it met that. The relative volume is too low. I also have a relative volume filter in this, and I believe it's 3. So that's why it would not. Yeah, I have a relative volume of 3. Okay, that's right. Now you want to take that out as one of the requirements. You can do it, of course, and then EOSD would have showed up. But as I always say, you may get a lot more that you don't necessarily want to see. So I try to be fairly selective. I mean, these are the only alerts so far in the abnormal option activity span. These are the only ones today. The ones in brown are the potential to go short, and the ones in light blue are the potentials to go long. So not many alerts all day long. First one was at 9:44. Last one was at 12:21. Don't understand your question, Michael Anthony. What do you say that is oil? Don't know what you mean. Well, that is certainly a situation where, I wish number one, I just can't believe I didn't know that it came in my option scanner. It showed up somewhere else, a little bit lower in price. But had I known it was in the option scanner, I would have taken a far, well, I would have got it earlier, number one. But number two is, would have been nice to see that news too. Man, the market is now Nas is up just a little, the Dow is down, and the SPY is basically flat. So, boy, this was a disappointment. This TO, I thought, I mean, look at it, it's gone negative. I mean, it's gone negative, not almost gone negative. Big day yesterday was an AI alert yesterday. Release earnings this morning, ups all the way up to $2, and just that's it. Goodbye, TO. I think. Oh, this is the one that William you really love, don't you? Had a couple of the other flyers, GME and AMC. They both given it up. I think the shorts have just pile into them again. Every time you get a big pop in one of those two, I'm sure the shorts start salivating. It's because okay. So in a nutshell, William, Mark, can you see my screen? World Wrestling shares slammed down amid Saudi Arabia investment in a UFC competitor. Okay, and EDR, which is merging with WWE. So that's the reason. A competitor, and the Saudis just throw around the money. So WWE are being hit hard as well as EDR. So there's your answer. Boy, oh boy. Thou shalt not chase. I cannot do it. You guys are talking about two people are talking about IVP. Okay, let's take a look at IVP. This is a IPO yesterday. Yeah, unless it's over four, which was the IPO price, and I see that it's close. Yeah, some volume came in for sure. Some volume came in. There was a pre-market high. I mean, I didn't realize this. It actually got up to 463 in the pre-market high. This got up to 410 yesterday. That would be something for William to analyze, Calvin. Possibly. Not, yeah, it's possible. Oh, guys, this one, AD, keep an eye on this one. This is this crazy one. Come on, load. Oh, don't tell me I'm hung up. Okay, this is a crazy one from yesterday, guys. It really didn't do much. Crazy low float. Crazy low float. This is ADTX. So, if you're going to do this, be really careful. Don't take too many shares. The high over here is $26. Very low float. Terrible spread. 1540, 1615. Came out of nowhere. Oh man, it's so tempting just to put in a oh, every bad word I can think of. Maybe. They wouldn't fill me. I just did a little mid and they just wouldn't fill me. And now it is halted. And this is what I'm looking at now. Okay. A potential for an 1870 open. This is what I was kind of hoping would happen yesterday with this. But look what it did. I mean, this is yesterday's can. Okay. It got up to 1379 and closed down here at 985. I mean, there's no guarantee it's going to do this. There's your halt for ADTX at 1761. This is the potential bid ask, but of course, as you can see, it'll change. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. That this blue screen. Well, I wish I were in it though on the first halt. I'll take it. But c'est la vie. You're always in halt. No, you're okay. I think you're okay. I think you'll be okay. Fruit salts are usually not bad. You just hope it doesn't turn into a 10-minute halt. That's all. Only because I mean, you want it to be a 5-minute halt so that you can do something almost immediately. You don't want to have a 10-minute halt so this can start to degrade maybe. But this looks pretty good. So 108.38, so 115 plus 38 seconds, so 115. Let's do better math there. 113 plus 38 seconds, so a little over 2 minutes from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. Yeah, I can't advise you differently. I mean, all I know is if I were in this right now, my finger would be on the submit button uh, just before it opened, and just to see where it was trading. Submit. I'm talking, of course, interactive brokers. Well, another so about a minute and a half if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Look at this, inching its way up. 19. Again, this doesn't absolutely have to happen, of course. No, I tried to get it, and I didn't get a fill. Trying to get it. I was trying to get it in the 16s. So this is going to be really good for you, I think, Leanne. But how you do it is going to be up to you. So 113, so 28 seconds. If it's a 5-minute halt. Okay, guys. Well, your moment of truth is coming up. 2-1. Are you open? Oh, this is Domo. What if I got Domo up there for? Well, it didn't matter. It didn't open. Hmm. Well, again, on the plus side, look what's happening. We started off at about 1880, and this bid ask is just moving up. But the issue is, of course, is that it is the longer it goes, the longer this can start to fade down. So I'm not trying to scare you or anything, but all right. Well, 118 plus 38 seconds. Okay, 118 if it's going to be a 10-minute hold. It's interesting because you can see the first halt was at 13. I didn't even see this. 13:40. I didn't see this first halt. I was just coming back from my break, obviously. See, it halted at 1 o'clock plus 35 seconds, and it opened at 1:05 plus 35 seconds. That's why typically they are 5-minute halts, but not in this case. Yeah, you see, come on, don't do this to Leanne or anybody else who's in this. I was going to do my video, but I'll hold off. I'll hold off until this actually opens. I'm intrigued to see what's going to happen. Very choppy day, guys, in the market. I mean, look, we had up an hour and 15 down, a little bit of a pop up, 30 minutes down. Now we're trying to go 45 minutes up. So a very choppy day in the market. Not seeing other than something like an EDR. I'm not seeing a lot of tremendous. I know Real's going to say it, but what about this? Some tremendous trend plays. Not from my scans. All right, we're getting closer. Let's see, about a minute and a half if it's a 10-minute hold. Okay, about a minute now. And if it goes longer, then I'm gonna have to do my video. So, okay, guys, I wanted to. Okay, while we wait for this to open, I just want to point out the NCNC. I took this. I showed you guys in a simulator how I did it. I put a stop in, and it executed at the stop. Now, at one point, I was up in the simulator, $68. I probably would not have let it go down to a loss of 104 in real, like for real. Okay. Probably what I would have done, put it up, and then as it approached my entry, I probably would have got rid of the trade because I wouldn't have thought it was going to be working that much or that well anymore. So I would not let 67 turn into a negative 104. Okay, guys. Well, five, four, three, two, one. Open. Okay, you're safe. You are safe. 1885, 1918, 19. You are safe. It looks like it's going to get halted again. Nope. Yeah, they just got halted again. So, Leanne, I hope you got some out. I mean, this could just keep ripping higher and higher, but I hope you got some out. Okay, but this just got halted again, and just I'm going to flash this up. So there's 2079 on the halt. Excuse me, 22 potential for the bid ask. Okay, guys, I'm going to do my video now. Get the announcement in. And let's see, for 119, 120, they say 130, no later than. Should not be that long, but just in case. So muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. A moment as I do one adjustment. Okay, so I'm back and waiting on the EDR. I'm sorry, not the, oh, the EDR. I actually nice bounce. I think Rio was pointing out a potential bounce area for EDR. Are you on in the trade room? Well, I was on. I was just doing my video, Jim. It's Jim Reporter, JRM Reporter. So I'm back from doing my video. Now, unfortunately, we don't have the halt, the second halt for ADTX. So I'm not sure when it was halted. Sometimes when it happens very quickly, like when a stock pops after the halt, or sorry, it resumes after the halt, and then it goes too quickly and it gets halted almost immediately. Our system doesn't pick it up. But we know, we're all in the room, we know that it's halted. But DBGI, somebody said they did a financing, $5 million private placement placed, and this is mid-market. All right. Well, market doesn't seem to mind. That float, 316,000 in the float. 119.10. Okay. So it's going to be another 10-minute halt, isn't it? By the way, Jamie, in our YouTube room, thank you very much for that very nice email you sent to the company. If you're still there, thank you very much. I did read it. I'm wondering if ICCT is completely over. I mean, it's still up 15%. Hmm. So you guys were saying it was at 19, so just after 119. So this is, we're at 128 right now. So in a little over a minute, if it is a 5 minute, 10-minute halt now for ADPX, I'll keep the bid ask up and running, time and sales. I'll bring it back once we're getting a little closer. I'm disappointed. Well, I'm obviously super disappointed I didn't get it at 16. Just over 16. It wasn't because I was trying to get even cute. I mean, I was just trying to do a mid using IB, and the spread wasn't terrible when I was looking at it. And I tried it twice and didn't get a fill. I said, oh, well, what the heck? I probably could have tried it the third time. I would have got the fill, and I'd be pretty happy right now. Did I see TVTX? Did I see TVTX? The only thing I saw about TVTX is somebody, I think, posted it, something about it earlier, but other than that, Nope, and I know why, because of relative volume. All to do with the relative. Okay, there's ADTX. It just opened, guys. Screaming higher. Wow. Probably just watching the way it's trading right now. Very tight spread for this. It looks like it's going to halt again. There you go. You can always tell. I mean, a stock like that, if the spread is only 4 cents and it's sitting there for even like a few seconds, you can almost for sure know that it's going to halt. Well, I'm going to say damn. Can I say damn in the room? Well, my happiness switch goes off at 1 o'clock my time. Then I don't care. The market can do what it wants to do. DDD. So this was all to do with Apple. Apple saying they were going to use 3D technology. All right, well, okay. Here's another this little one. I think this is one up over a dollar, then down below a dollar, up over a dollar, down. Yeah, I can't get too into this one, guys. I mean, this one hit $1.17, what, 5 days ago, and then right back down to 64 cents. I just can't get too into this one. Sure, I'm sure it's a low float. Symmet- okay, so some company called Symmetrics reports a 13.8% stake in them. And yeah, front and center on the change from the open, guys. Front and center, ADTX. This is again, this is our new website with this new Market Scope 360 dashboard. This is on our new website. This is what the website looks like now. Okay, and then you click on Market Scope. Now, forget this. Our provider still has not adjusted that this is not a 4,400%. So I would go to the open, change from the open. I mean, SQL is still sitting there. I mean, it just shouldn't be. But take a look at some of the other ones. Again, this is really nice, I think, for people who don't want to construct any scan at all. They want to be fed the information, which is absolutely fine. They don't have the time to sit in front of a computer all day long. And this will catch, it's really catch things like this. This is a heat map. You guys, most of you are probably familiar with what a heat map is all about. We have different ways you can look at it, changed in the last 30 minutes. I'm sure ADTX is going to, yeah, it's going to be again front and center along with DBGI. Forget this SQL. Yes, the whole idea of this is being able to use it on Paradox. Yeah, the whole idea of this is to be able to use it on a mobile device, especially a phone. Okay, I mean you can obviously use it on a tablet and all that, but especially on a phone, it's been our one of our number one. Wow, look at this number one request for a long time. Yeah, all I know is that it's still the same. I mean, it's like an add-on, to the standard subscription. I don't mean an add-on in terms of an additional price. I think what they might do is create like I don't know, a $50 product. When that happens, if it happens, I have no idea. But right now, I mean, if you have our program, you have access to this right now with live data. The only problem is you cannot be in both at the same time. So if you've got your download up and running, you want to look at this, you cannot have them both up and running at the same time. I'd like to think that they could change that down the road. Uh, I'm looking at my 1650 was where I was trying to get it, almost a double. I wasn't going to take like a ginormous number of shares, but certainly on a double from 16 to almost 31, yeah, that would have made my day, made my week, made my month probably. Of course, you can change the time frames here. You can just change them and go to 15-minute chart instead. If you don't want this little insert, you can get rid of it if you don't want it. There's the cannabis play, the MSOS. Yeah, I mean, there's no question that if I were traveling, I'd use this on a tablet. I thought I was on a phone. I guess it's okay, but I'd use this on a tablet for sure. The only issue with this right now, and I don't know, I doubt if it's going to be easily done, is that of course with these guys, you can just link to your broker, click on the alert, it goes into the order, uh, we goes into the order entry. Here, you'd have to type the symbol in. Now, again, this is designed for like the trader that is not super active. So, I mean, to have to type in a symbol is not the end of the world. Ooh, Christine. Well, the only thing I can say is that I did really well on the ICCT. I mentioned this one in the pre-market show. I said, yesterday, if you're in the room, I said, I want to watch this one after hours and just to see if it's going to have any sort of move. And you can see the 345 candle had a little pop, and there's your 4 o'clock candle. And so I got in right around this area here and said, okay, let's see what happens. Never in my wildest dreams thinking, now, did I hold everything from whatever that was up to $42? No. I sold, in fact, no, I got in right here, right? Yeah. And I sold some here, and then I waited, and then all of a sudden, I didn't even have a chance to sell here. This just kept moving higher, higher, higher. And this was a green candle also. I was going, could this go to 100? Anyway, so I did get my one crazy one. I suppose I complain too much. I'm sure you didn't mean ADYX. I'm sure you were talking about ADTX. I'm sure you were talking about that one. EFD. Yeah, we all could have. We all could have made our monthly, yearly. Domo's actually having. I mean, this is hard to watch anything else other than its ADTX. But Domo's having a little bit of a bounce here, guys. And I think a red bar ignored on the sort of a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. However, now when I take a closer look, looks like 11 could stall it. So, and sound is still not great, guys. I have to check the update that Microsoft did, and if I can check the update that Dell did for my computer, I don't know if that is the issue. Even this stupid thing. I mean, this is not. I mean, oh man, oh man, oh man. Look at the volume. Only 100. Is that right? 100. Is that right? 104 shares? No, 300. Again, they did a reverse split. Okay, so this is not up 5,300%, but it's getting into the action. It did a 1 for 40 reverse split. This one I'd be. I mean, I don't know what the volume is. I mean, is it really only 344 shares? Anybody have volume for SQL today? It's hard to believe it's only 344 shares, so zero point 0.9. Because it's not been adjusted. Yeah, well, maybe. Okay, thank you. Good. So 208,000 shares. I don't know why. I don't know what our volume even means here. Yeah, I know. They did a 1 for 40 reverse split. That we know that our provider is not adjusted for that. Okay, another cheap one, guys. MVST. Is this a low float? It is not a low float. You know, it's got a little bit of room. A little bit of room. 244. 244 is the next high looking left. MVST showed up on the option scanner. Not a big fan of the ones under five. I almost thought about getting rid of the ones under $5. Up to you guys, of course. Well, uh, yeah, well, TFG, you might be darn lucky that whoever your broker is does not allow you to short this ADTX. Okay, at some point, is it going to turn into an unbelievable short? Of course, but where would you have picked every time it got halted? It popped. You know, at some point, yeah, of course, it's not going to keep going, is it? However, 4090. Just when you think, well, you know what? I've said this many, many times. You think you're never going to see something like an ICCT again, though we've seen it many times. I just didn't think we'd see one the next day. Look at this. 30, 30. This one would be, I mean, if we think the other one is risky, ADTX, which we do, but at least I mean, it hasn't really traded that much either. I thought it was more. I mean, at least it's traded 719,000 shares. The other one is, well, I get reports about 200,000 shares has traded. And let's not kid ourselves. I mean, this ADTX did a reverse split at some point also. This is not, 167,000 in the float. Well, that's good, Christine. Then you're laughing. You couldn't sell it fast enough. That's when it went in your favor. No, I'm not using Anchor View app, no. Uh, I really determined that it was more for, swing trading, so I'm not using, Anchor View app. Unless, Michael, I know he's trying to come up with ones that are better suited for intraday trading, but the other thing, Calvin, to be quite honest, I've got enough going on with the scans that I've created that I don't wanna muddy the waters with something else. Until the scans that I've created for my personal style of trading, start not giving me the looks that I'm looking for. I just, so it's the old thing. I don't want to keep adding things just because, oh, this could work, this could work, this could work. Yep. It's how I've been trading for a long time, and hey, it works for me. Alvin, you've been around for a long time with trade ideas, haven't you? Hmm. Rolfin Q, are you in the room still? Because you asked a question. I should always say this, guys, you can ask me questions all day long. And look, if I'm in a trade that requires, my utmost concentration, I'll let you know. All right. But you can ask me questions all day long. Way easier for me to answer rather than try to respond to an email. So I'm just going to ask the question, Rolfin, Rolfin Q, are you still in the room or in the room at all? Maybe not in the room. Give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to answer this email. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. I want to just get this email done. Where is my Give me a moment, guys. I just got to complete this email. That's why it's so much easier if you ask the questions in the room. He may not have been in the room. That's all. Okay, done. Okay, now, do I wait for the candle closes or yeah, no, I have a stop price and that's where I get out. I don't wait for a candle to close or anything like that. I have a stop price and that's where I get out. I weigh my stop religiously. ADTX, sure. Now I am going to, ah, I cannot believe it. I'm looking at my, that order that, didn't go through. Anyway, never mind. Here it is, Christine. Here it is. Okay, 51. Oh, I see. Okay. And it halted again. What does this other one do? My guess is that this other one did not. No. God. Well, this is just traders piling in. No, no, this is just casino. This is just casino trading right now. Okay. And the ones who missed ADTX are looking at this one. No, I'm going to talk about it for the rest of the day, Vicky. For the rest of the day, I'm going to bring it up. I mean, if it didn't keep popping up here, I wouldn't have to think about it. Yeah, VFS is still kind of hanging around. I mean, it's down big for the day, but it hasn't utterly collapsed. It's sitting around 35.72 right now. All right. So SQL just came out of the halt or halted again or came out of a halt or this one I just don't believe it. Yeah, I mean so this halted on the way down, whereas the other one, I don't think it had one halt on the way down. Well, pretty good advertisement or advertisement for our Market Scope 360 dashboard, front and center. Kind of like the way they've done this, you know. I mean, they've increased the pane size, obviously, with respect to the percent that has happened. Actually, even this daily kind of shows you. I mean, it's above that high right there. Unbelievable. And now another one halted. Now, how can you tell it's done a lot of reverse splits? Look at the position in lifetime range, 0.2%. That means even at $47, it's way. Let's see if we can even find out what one of the highs was. Yeah, here we go. So believe it or not, before all the reverse splits that happened, this would be the equivalent of 50. It was up to $5,400. Okay, reverse split. So this because when you look at this and you think, oh my gosh, what a fantastic. I mean, it's great intraday, absolutely. But imagine if you had bought this and been holding it, you didn't pay 5,400. Understand that this is reverse split adjusted, and they must have done many of them. This is back. Let's see. This is November. We said November of 2021. So this DMS. This is this is this is a 3D plane. I guess I'm wrong. This is not a 3D plane. For some reason, I thought this was a 3D plane. Well, there's a marketing meeting, but I'm not going to go to it, guys. I mean, there's just too much happening right now, so I'm going to hang around here. AMX. This is the big cell phone provider. Yeah, AMX, cell phone provider in well, I'll call it Latin America. It's certainly all over South America and Central America, Mexico, the whole bit. America Mobile. Oh, it is a 3D play. Okay, I thought it was, but not in our profile. It didn't mention anything about that. So obviously they changed businesses. Ooh, another one. Okay, so the BDRX. Okay, well, another one. I don't think this was $100. Probably did a bunch of reverse splits. Maybe it did. I don't know. Maybe this was one of those crazy ones that got up to $100. So guys, you know what traders are looking at? All they're looking at is this. I don't think this was a reverse split situation. The percentage just moved in 5 minutes. From the now I know there was a huge discussion about how did we actually calculate it. Is it from The opening of the 5 minute candle to the close, or is it any 5 minute period? And I don't know, but most of the time, if you want to know the exact definition, I just type in 5 min. So the 5 minute range, okay? Oh, the volume 5 minutes. Sorry. Yeah, so if you, most of the time, if you click on it and then click on help, it's going to tell you exactly what it is, okay? And so what this is doing, it's comparing previous 5 minute volumes. This is what I use here. Oh, just a minute, exit out. This is what I this is what I use here in my momentum scan, okay? So the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. In the 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal. So what normal is, it looks back, I don't know how many minutes, but so the volume for me, for you to see a stock in that momentum, and that's what gives it the momentum, is the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. It has some kind of an established, it has a way of trying to figure out, well, what is normal over the last, and I profess not to know exactly the time frame, okay? But it doesn't really concern me. All I know is that when I get an alert like this, I know this. I know the stock is popped on volume. So that's what that means. Okay, it's looking at what was normal over the last over a bunch of 5 minute periods. See this one. Okay, so this one went down and it's halted again on the way down. And it worked for you, Calvin. If you're short this one, I don't know where you're shorted it, but it worked for you. Okay, as I explained a few times, well, it's halted though. Yeah. I was hoping it would go down and then it would go back up to 698, the halt price. That is where I would take it. Oh, give me a moment, guys. I need some water. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. Meanwhile, ASO, which was really nice earlier in terms of a now why is it not showing up here? Hmm. Showing up on the long side. It should be showing up on the short side too. Anyway, there's ASO. This, this gives you what I like about this is that, for those of you looking for stocks that, may have given it up or look like they're about to give it up after big runs, this kind of shows you most of the time when you see something in brown, most of the time the stock is already down for the day and it's moving down further. But when you look at an ASO is still up 10%, but it may be giving it up. Hey guys, give me a moment. I'm just following a rather heated discussion with a customer and ourselves. Very brave, some people can be. Just like, hide behind a pseudonym and go at it. Best thing about this room, in my opinion, is the civility. One of the great things about the room is the civility. Okay, guys. I mean, this ASO, I'm sort of intrigued by it. If it takes out 55, I may do a little bit of a short on this one. It'll just be nothing. Nothing's going to compare to what's going on with ADTX, of course. Alt it again, $60. What's the float on our end for FFIE? So when did they do the reverse split? We have 17.9, but again, this well, that should have been updated today if they did a reverse split recently. That's what we have. I mean, I can go to another site and but that's what we have. You don't see this every day, folks, as they say. You don't see this every day. Unbelievable. Not one red candle. All those faults. We used to say The first halt was usually pretty good, meaning that when it got halted, when it came out of the halt, usually it was above the halt price. The second halt, we used to say it could be pretty good, maybe not as good as the first halt in terms of, how far above the halt price it is. Then we used to say the third halt, though, is usually when it all falls apart. Not yet for the ADTX. Just one moment, please. Okay, I'm sorry. So what another site has for FFIE, they've got 17 million. Okay, so I wonder, well, there we are. So we're the same. What was the other one you looked at? Anyway, that's well, we're definitely we're in reverse split madness again. You did okay in the other one, Jack. So yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. VFS, not quite a reverse split, not exactly the same. It was a SPAC merger coming from the pinks and all that. So it was kind of a weird one. But if you're in the room yesterday, I this was going to be my number one focus yesterday. And I was so you can I mean, look at this daily candle yesterday, which was a big daily candle with respect to the other ones. You can hardly even see it. But I actually thought this one was going to do what it did not. Never would have anticipated $66, but I thought yesterday this ADTX was going to do something, pretty special. And it just took a day. It was a day later. Oh, so Liam, you actually took it yesterday and then you held it? Hmm. Did you have a stop, Liam? Of course. Okay. So now, because we're sort of in this bit of a mania type market, this is what we should do. Okay. So what I want to do is what just got halted? SQL, got our resumption for SQL. Okay. So what we should do is this. I'm going to go to, let me find that site. Here we go. So reverse splits. Okay, here are the upcoming and completed reverse splits. Now, I wish we had a date here. Let's see if we can find. Here we go. Oh, these are back in 18. What? No, it's what? Forget what I said. So upcoming. So this is upcoming. So these are the ones you can see. There's teal. You can see teal here. So these are the upcoming reverse splits. There's SQL completed. There's the FFIE completed. And here is your ratio. I guess this must mean one for 40 or 1 to 10, 1 to 20. Okay, so they're just putting the one number in. Look at the IDEX. I remember IDEX. I mean, 1 for 25, 125 completed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through these and see if there's anything that has happened. Now, don't rely on me. I'm just going to give you this, and you can there. There you go. Okay, I did. You guys can do the work on your own, and the more the merrier. Helping the room. Okay. Even on my 10-day daily breakout at 134 at 2666. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I gap filled to 1800. Well, I mean, when you look at okay, I mean, let's I mean, it sounds nonsensical, but it's hard for me to see these highs. Okay, what are we at now? 66? Okay, let's take a look at the highs on the monthly chart. So 72 looks like 74. Yeah, it looks like 74 and 72 are the next kind of highs on the monthly, and then 108, and then 178. I mean, we're not getting there. I remember HKD, of course, I remember HKD up to okay, so finally, okay, so this got halted again. Now look what's happening, okay? Halt at 66, and now potential opening below. That's the first time. There you go. So Jen is saying that ADTX reverse split. Well, the last one anyway. They did many more before that, but the last one on August 18th. Oh, August 18th. So it's not that far. It's a couple of weeks ago. A couple of weeks ago. The one for 40 for ADTX. So that's the week they did the reverse split. It actually did have a pop. It actually did get up to 26, and I'm sure people went, "Wow, fantastic!" Went from 11 to 26, and then last week it did nothing, and here we go. All right. Well, I suppose I should look at some of the other stuff, but daily reversal is flag. Actually, flag is a daily reversal. It's got some room. I'm not doing anything. I'm done for the day. I can't because even though I've been trading for a few years, you can still get into the mindset that I missed this one. I got to somehow. You're never going to make up something that goes from 16 to 70, but you can do something foolish. I'm human, so I'm really not gonna do anything. Boy, there's a room to 10:30. Room to 10:30 for the flag. This is an okay, this is one of those acquisitions, blank or SPACs. Okay, forget about it. Wonder who they're doing it with, who they're merging with. Luca, well, I mean, the VWAP's the VWAP, I mean, it's always going to be the same number, whether you're looking at a 5-minute chart or a 15-minute chart. So I'm not sure what the question really is. It's not like there's a different VWAP for the different time frames. So if you like using a 5-minute chart, the VWAP, you could put the VWAP on our chart. If you like using a 15-minute chart, you can put just so you know where it is. I mean, I personally like 15-minute charts, so but it's not because the VWAP again it is a number. Remember that is a number. Doesn't matter what time frame you're looking at. 1 minute, 2 minute, 10 minute, 15, 30, 60. Doesn't matter. That number is the same on every chart. I mean, we've got if I look up VWAP here. No, I was thinking of yeah, no, yeah. These are previous days VWAP, so don't forget. So forget about that. Sorry, I was thinking of our size. So did that explanation make sense to you, Luca? I mean, it all depends on what time frame you like, not so much what time frame and VWAP you want to see it on. I mean, what time frame do you like trading on in general? Here's another one I'm sure that's going bananas. BLRX. Actually trades options. I'm surprised. 7 times normal. Another one of these is Israeli stocks. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm not sure that, somebody said, well, I'm a VWAP trader. And so consequently, I don't think it's like that. I just think it, whatever time frame you like to trade on, whether it's 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 15 minutes, I don't think it has any relation to the actual VWAP, if that makes sense. I mean, the VWAP is a number, and whether you're looking at a 5 minute chart or a 2 minute chart, it's always going to be the same number. So I think your question is what time frame do VWAP traders like to trade on? I don't think it matters. I mean, whatever time frame you generally like to trade on, that's what you use, and the VWAP just happens to show up. I think. Oof. Well, there's your down tick for ADTX. This is good. Well, oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, my goodness. So now look what's happened. So now it is halted at 42 and your potential open is around 18. So it was a tremendous party, everybody, but the party's over. Yeah, thanks for playing. Don't forget to clean up after yourselves. All right, guys, it's 2:33. So William, what's your schedule like today? Open, so you're willing to keep the room open after 3 o'clock? Assuming that's what that meant. Okay, till at least four. Okay, guys, so it is now 2:33. So one last look at my homepage. I did. It certainly felt better. It didn't go to 100 without me. Good one, Paradox. Okay, guys, so I just put my homepage link in, and this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, we've got a nice promo on 25% off the first month only for the entire year. Okay, so there it is, Labor Day 25 for 25% off. As always, if you do take out our subscription, you must do the get started. Never mind that 20%, I can get you 25%. Okay, so you must do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Trading 101. If you are new to trading, brand new to trading, or looking for a refresher of some sort, you can take a look at this. This is all free. A lot of videos are there. You don't have to look at every single one of them, but they're all named. So, you might see something, candlestick patterns. Maybe I should take a look at that. Well, I might have had a different stock of the day video had that happened earlier, but it didn't. The ADTX happened earlier. But anyway, stock of the day is mainly for marketing purposes, guys. Okay. Trade of the week. Still good. $49.92. So the trade of the week is Carvana this week, CVNA. This is free also if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it. Please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here, and here are my scans. Here are the scans that I basically look at. I don't look at them all. Like I don't have gap continuation up and running. I don't have basic new highs and lows. I don't have the doc momentum. What else don't I have? I think everything else I have. I don't. I'm not running any races. I do have the earnings plays. It's in a compare account window like this. But anyway, anything that you think you might like to see, again, this is the momentum scan here, Momo. There's the abnormal option activity, so there's Momo. I would definitely have the halt resume. I don't call it a scan so much, it's more information. It tells you when a stock is halted and when, and so obviously this has been a buzz today. And last but not least, I don't ask for much in this room, but all I do ask is this. If you decide to take out a subscription, if and when, just please use my promo code, okay? So you can save my homepage link, and in some time in the future, you decide, yep, I think I'm ready, then click on my homepage link and get to this right here and take out a subscription using that. It helps the room free. The room has a cost to it, of course. And so the room gets credit. The company sees that. That's all I ask. And of course, if you save my homepage link, you can look at my scans anytime you want and that big education section. Well, you shouldn't see any difference. Now, if you're drawing the VWAP on our charts, I don't, okay, I don't have the VWAP. That number though, it should be the pretty steady VWAP, Trader 77. So whatever you see on your chart, one of the reasons I don't draw the VWAP on our charts, I believe it takes into account pre-market, and I do want to see the pre-market. Okay, I mean, I want to see that shaded area, and I think it takes into account the pre-market, and so the VWAP may not be. This is the number that for me is gold. Okay, that's the number that I look at. So, for instance, give me you have an example, and it's probably because that number should be the number. When we ask about VWAP, and I ask, okay, what do you guys have in your charting program or your, and we're almost right to the penny the same. Hmm. Well, I will do a. I mean, I'm on fiber, and I've got what 1 terabyte or whatever. So I'm as fast as I can have as far as my provider is concerned. But you're right. Maybe I'll do a check. Maybe there's something going on. Of course, I'm not using. This is hardwired, but still, I'll do a check. Listen, it bothers me a lot. I mean, I know what it's like to be listening to somebody, and if they keep cutting in and out or it don't sound good, I just say, "Oh, the heck with it." So I don't really. I'll do a couple of checks like that to see what maybe something's happening with my internet connection, but everything else is fine. I mean, I'm getting all my real time alerts exactly when they're supposed to, and I know that because I can click on them and I see what that price is and interact with brokers, and it's exactly the same. So my bandwidth should be, and I'm not using Wi-Fi. I mean, I'm hardwired. So yeah, 1 terabyte should be plenty. So Pepe, if I were to check my Microsoft, is there anywhere I can check to see, that's a sound level that isn't right? Is there anywhere I can check? Like, where would I check to see, is there maybe a sound level that has changed or something that has changed? And I actually tried to go back and build once, and I couldn't seem to be able to do it, even though it seemed to be right there. I mean, we don't know if it is the Microsoft build or maybe a Dell upgrade, but where would I even look to see, okay, they've upgraded it, and that level is not the same as it used to be. I mean, I just don't know where to check. So something that comes and goes. I could do that. Yeah, I know. I know how to do that. Rebooting my internet router. I mean, anything is possible, I guess. If I can find out where it is in massive cables. And anyway, hopefully it hasn't been too annoying. How many do I have plugged in? I guess I have. Looks like I've got four. I mean, it's the same ones. You know, my keyboard, my mouse, the microphone, and one other that I don't know what it is. But it's been the same for years. You know, what I'll do again is just change the port again. Because every time I change the port, it seems to be better for a while. I just changed the port. I don't know if that's better or worse or the same. VDRX. Let's see. Where is VDR? There it is. No, I should actually do a sound check. Can you guys hear me? I changed ports. Maybe you guys can't even hear me now. Look at the Spy Guys. What a rocky day following probably a lot of stocks that weren't in this Pulse Resumes. Okay, you can hear me. Okay. Mentioned this ASL earlier, guys. As a potential short, probably went a dollar. Yeah, good point. Okay, yeah. Otherwise, you have the video. I mean, could it be the mic itself? I mean, who knows, right? I could go and buy another mic, I suppose, and just check it to see maybe that there are no settings on this mic really that I have to fiddle around with. So, well, I just turned a dial. I don't know. Did that do anything? Well, I've got one of these the Blue Yeti Nanos. It's very easy to install and seems to be pretty reliable. Yeah, I will. Thank you, Pepe. I will do that to see if there's any issues that it's amazing when you buy something, and I don't know how long I've had this 4 years, 5 years. I really don't know. All right. Well, I can't get one today. It'll have to be tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, and so we won't know till Tuesday because the markets are closed on Monday. All right, guys, 2:47. I'll stick around for another 10, 15 minutes, answer some questions if there are any. More than 10 minutes, okay. Well, you know what? Sometimes it'll depend now. Will the SEC be asking them for some information? Like, why did this happen, guys? Shoot, I mentioned flag right about here. I didn't like it because it's one of those SPACs and they can just collapse like crazy. But they can do something crazy also. I mean, this week it got up to 1388. But again, I'm done trading, guys. I'll just point these out. You do what you want. Just a moment, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. 2:53, so getting set to wrap it up. Again, I'll stick around for questions if there are any. What is tomorrow going to bring? Man, oh man. At ADIL, I recall the name ADIL. Yeah, another low floater, 1 million in the float. The next high is looking left. Just pulled back a bit, well, a lot. Look at that, 450, right back down to 4. GMS. Wait, okay, guys, I think if there are no more questions, I think I will wrap it up right now. I mean, William will keep the room open until 4. So again, if there are no more questions, I think I'll just wrap it up right now. There's some things I have to do. So I'll won't be displaying my screen. Okay, I'll leave you in William's very capable hands. Okay, so we'll see you guys tomorrow. Again, the main room will be open no later than 8 o'clock. Then YouTube, and I'll get on the mic 9 o'clock for YouTube and the main room. Okay, so have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.